Okay, and we're live. Hello, everybody, and welcome back to another session of Werewolf, the Dark Ages, Sveriges Elite. And, right off the bat, sorry for the long-lasting hiatus, with holidays and everything in between. It's shit happens, but we're back. So, okay, let's just jump right into it, right where we left off last time, without going too much into a recap. Last time we ended with everybody pretty much going to sleep. Everybody was One Fang and Red Claw were sleeping in One Fang's apartment in his house there, and Curious Mind was sleeping outdoors in the forest, and she had one of her on again, off again kind of hallucinations that she keeps having in her dreams, where she went into some parallel world, and now she's back from it. But okay, as we start, I'm going to start from the house. And in the house, it's early morning. It's like right before dusk. It's like right as the darkness has kind of gone away, and it's like everything is still kind of, when you look at trees and you look at the ground and all that, everything seems to be kind of dark, but the sky is already turning kind of pale blue. You don't see the sun itself kind of blazing, but it's like right behind the horizon enough to give you light. And everybody's rested their full night's rest. They've gotten their sleep in. They've gotten to One Fang has gotten to sleep next to his lovely wife, and felt the little kicks of his little unborn child inside her, and Red Claw has been sleeping on the ground on the rug, and everything's been quite comfortable until that you're broken off from your sleep when you hear a banging on the door from a fist. You hear this, and and you don't hear you don't hear anything else. You just hear that, and that's what that kind of like everybody kind of, whichever stage of sleep you guys were, you're all snapped out of it inside the house, all three of you.
Red Claw will snap too when she hears that perking up, and from her position on the floor, she kind of perks up almost like the way a dog would. She just perk up, like her head just kind of looks from side to side, and then like this gets her heart pumping and stuff. Kind of like the semi-adrenaline state begins to overtake her a little bit. Then afterwards, she begins to calm down a bit, and she'll make her way over to where One Fang and his wife are, and she'll kind of peek in and say, I think one of you all should get the door.
Yeah, as you make your way to the door, you see One Fang just standing up, putting on a pair of pants and a shirt. He's already motioned towards Agnes to stay in bed, and he's moving towards you. As he walks by, he kind of like groggily rubs his eyes, then kind of like points at the pile of of blankets that was on the ground that we got out for you the night before, and said, "Can you just move those to the table?"
Of course.
Like you're on the floor. And
as
as
she
he
begins moving them.
he walks over to the door and waits for Red Claw to finish putting the blankets up on the table, and then opens the door, kind of groggily.
Okay, as you open it, behind it stands one of the shut up. One of the monks is standing behind the door in his crimson red cloak with the edge of the hood coming, kind of covering his head and all that, and he has the generic kind of his cloaks there. Oh, Jesus Christ! Sorry, I have extra cats to take care of, and they kind of stalk one another and kind of try to get each other's attention. Anyway, so yeah, you see that they're standing, there, one of the 14, or rather 15, but the 14 kind of generic members of this kind of brotherhood of inquisitors there with the crimson and red cloak, exactly the same sort of a cloak or robes that you saw on the corpse that you found in the crevice in the woods, and which erupted in flame in front of your eyes and all that. He's wearing the exact same kind of clothes. You see the shaved chin. That's you can see from under the hood, and it's like he has his hands inside his sleeves there, and he's standing there, and he immediately, when you open the door, says with this kind of stern voice, he says, "Michael and Agnes Wolfson."
I am Michael.
The High Inquisitor has summoned the presence of you two.
At what time?
Now.
Michael kind of stands there, his eyebrows narrow. It'll take me some time to get ready, and Agnes as well.
Clothe yourselves, I will be waiting.
Michael just closes the door on him and turns and looks over at Red Claw, a little look of slight exasperation, but at the same time, you can see that his eyes are furrowed and he's angry. You can see he just wants to rip this guy apart. What do you think, Red Claw?
Well, I think we have to go along with his demands for the time being. We're in no position to do anything rash. You must maintain your calmness at this time, Wenfeng. It wouldn't be prudent to act irrationally. And she says that her eyebrows kind of lift, and like she kind of gives you this nod, like she understands.
Well, my concern is that he didn't invite you to go as well.
He doesn't know that I'm here. And then with that, her head just kind of perks up a bit. I should, after you all leave, make my way to my own home. They've probably stopped by there a few times. I didn't think of that before.
As everybody was kind of coming off of the door, Agnes has also started to clothe herself, and kind of is being busy there and all that, kind of pulling her hair and that sort of stuff, and it kind of sighs deeply there, like, I can't imagine what this will entail.
Michael kind of looks over at her and looks back and says, Agnes, it would be best if we wear our best, our Sunday clothes, our church clothes, the ones that we never really use, but we should. They'll expect us to.
All right. I'll get the finer clothes, and she kind of leaves off to go to a cabinet and opens it and brings you your Sunday clothes.
I thank her and kiss her on the forehead and begin getting dressed as quickly as possible, and then kind of splashing water on my face and checking to see that now I have some scruff on my face. I have to take the time to actually shave, as it would be uncouth to go there with any type of facial hair.
Okay. Well, all your kind of morning preparations there, unless you're taking extra long time, you might hear a second, second bashing there on the door. But if you're kind of being hasty about it and all that,
Well, the biggest thing is I'm not rushing. I'm taking my time and making sure meticulously that everything is clean and proper, and I'm trying to remember everything I've ever done when I was with my uncle and we had to meet higher ups in the clergy, where you had to get fully dressed and everything had to be pristine and perfect. And I just take my time, and I have no concern over what that guy out there's time frame is.
Yeah, sure.
So he probably knocks, and then I'd probably tell him, yeah, I'll be right there. Then we finish up, and
actually, Red Claw would actually walk up to you and be like, I know you're trying to look your best, but I would suggest you hurry. These individuals should not be kept waiting. That all this time that we may waste may only lead to their suspicions even further. She pats you on the shoulder and stuff and gives you just a nod.
Yeah, at this point, Red Claw, I think it's to have the best appearance possible that they expect. If we look the way we do, then, you know, we should, then maybe we'll fit in better.
She kind of just silently observes you when you say that, probably as if mulling over something else in her own mind. She just kind of nods to that.
But I guess once we're set, I turn and grab a hold of Red Claw's hand, kind of in that arm embrace, and kind of give her a half hug and tell her, "Be safe, sister." And then he kind of like moves towards the door, ushering Agnes towards the door.
Yeah, she comes to the door and puts her hand around your arm.
And as you two like walk by her, she'll look to you all. Be safe as well.
Okay, so as you come to the door and you open it, the monk is there waiting, and he's kind of, only his side is pointing towards the door, and he's a little bit further away from the door than he was when when you answered the door before, and he's kind of standing there, and he looks towards you, and he just says, "Follow me," and he turns and starts to walk towards basically the pathway that leads further into the town, and eventually to the church that has the Inquisitor's wagon, this kind of armored wagon that's kind of seems very out of place here. Is parked next to, and as you start to walk there, you notice that two other monks come from behind the house, your house, basically, but they don't merge with the one monk that's leading you. They're kind of staying behind. You can just notice that they had like a contingency plan in place if you were trying to make a run for it or something like that. But so yeah. As you're kind of walking there, and you feel Agnes kind of clutching at your arm there. As you walk, you notice that once you come to the town, you see that Agnes's parents are walking from the church, and they're walking towards their home, and they see you, and you see them when you're walking, and they're being escorted by another monk that looks identical to the monk that's leading you, and the two that are behind you, and the two groups kind of crisscross there. But when they come close to you and they notice you and all that, they kind of look concerned and they look up at you, but they don't dare say anything. They kind of look at you and they have this kind of concerned look, and they kind of lower their heads as the monk is still close to them.
As they go by, I kind of smile and actually say good morning. And then kind of wink at them as we walk.
They smile and nod at you, but they still don't make a sound. They don't say anything. And as you are walking further towards the church, you actually see that your uncle walks out from the front door of the church and doesn't even pay attention to you. Kind of this scowl on his face. Kind of looks around, and you see that he starts to walk to your left towards the Algren house, the Algren family being the family whose daughter was killed, and the father was very deeply religious, to the point of being almost like demented type of a person who had gone to heavy drinking once he was done with the last rites and all that to his daughter. So your uncle is clearly heading towards his house, and he doesn't pay any attention to you, or at least doesn't seem to pay any attention to you. But yeah, as you arrive to the church, you can see that there's two monks already, both sides of the front door there, just standing there with their hands in their in their sleeves. And as you walk there, they push the door open and it kind of opens there, and you can see that there's candles have been lit and all that stuff, in the church there, and there's nobody present except for these monks. There's the door to that room where all the books and scrolls and parchments were stored, and then there was the bell ringing, little crevice there. You see that there's monks basically stationed in different corners and different places like that. There's you can see 4 monks inside only, and they're again standing there looking like they're on duty type of thing. And as you walk in, the monk that escorted you in, who walks in with you, says that he will stay here while you are being interviewed first in the office, and points his finger at the door to the other room there.
And he's saying that to me?
Yeah.
All right. I kind of look at him and say, can my wife sit, at least? She is pregnant.
By all means.
All right. So I walk up several pews and then lead Agnes into where she can sit down. And I just whisper in her ear to be calm. And then I just kiss her on the cheek and walk towards the back room, the office, my uncle's office.
Yeah, as you kiss her on the cheek, she also kind of lowers her head and brings your hands up, and kisses on your bundled up hands and looks at you with this kind of loving and concerned look, and goes to sit down as you walk towards the room. But as you go towards the room, we turn to Red Claw. And Red Claw was left inside the house there with everybody leaving, and you seeing that there were 2 monks that also left with this little entourage there, so that there aren't anybody around. There isn't anybody around the house at this point anymore.
Well, Red Claw's going to tidy up, and afterwards she is going to just slowly make her way outside, making sure everything is secure, and as would be the neighborly thing to do. Mm-hmm. And afterwards, she has her village clothes on. She'll have a little basket with her and just kind of carry it, holding it with both hands in front of her. A very typical girl-like fashion, putting on that femininity. And as she does, she makes her way to the village and just kind of just strolls around a bit. She'll have little flowers and stuff that she's collected along the way, just gathered in the basket, and just kind of observe things going on. And then she'll stop by her house a few times, just to make sure if there's somebody there that she can be attentive.
Okay. When you walk around the town, everything seems to be in kind of a semi-normal setting where people are doing their work and they're doing their jobs. They're the Hammar family, who are basically tailors and fishnet sewers, are on their porch there, and they're using all these hooks and stuff to sort out fishing nets and all that. But they're clearly in this kind of muffled tone, kind of talking to one another, clearly talking about the stuff that's going on without letting anybody hear it or anything like that. And the same thing with pretty much everybody, the Jansson family with the blacksmithing and all that. They're outside. You can hear the tapping of a blacksmith's hammer on an anvil and a piece of iron there. And also, you can hear, the Sundman family are feeding their hunting hounds there, and all this stuff. You can hear kids' noises, and you can hear the talking of elderly people who are mostly just gossiping there, their basic stuff. Everything seems basic and mundane, but at the same time kind of reserved. Everybody's aware that there is a foreign presence that is kind of, this kind of internal affairs type of thing there, where they feel like it feels like everybody's kind of considering what they say out loud and kind of walking on eggshells kind of thing.
As Red Claw walks around, she sees everyone busy at their work, and this is, for her, this will be sort of like one of the rare times that she's actually sat down and, well, actually, she's walked around the village and stayed in there for this long. Most of the time, she spends as much of her time as possible away from the village. And this is one of the few times where she finds herself actually wondering her place here in this village. And then it occurs to her how many times she spends away from it and stuff, and from the people. Like, she barely knows any of their names really for the most part. And for her, there's now this tinge of that this actually kind of bothers her, and she's unsure about these thoughts as these things roll around her mind. She'll also, with those thoughts, what do I do here in this village? What was my purpose here? She just has that longing to look back out in the woods, and then she thinks to herself that was my longing, that was my place. But she has those kind of thoughts playing around in her mind as she walks around. If she sees if anybody makes contact with her, she'll just or eye contact and stuff, she'll smile at them and nod in return. And
Yeah, it's
continue
essentially that's the kind of thing that you're experiencing from everybody else's part as well. Like everybody is mostly just nodding or saying like generic hellos and stuff. Nobody's like feeling particularly cheered up or sunny or anything like that, and nobody's like starting small talk or anything like that. It's kind of mostly like just families are like tied together and chatting along amongst one another, but you don't get that much contact from other people.
She also, when she sees the craftsmen and workers doing their craft with their hands, she is filled with this sort of admiration of it. As she looks down at her own hands for a bit of a time, and she thinks back to what she has done with it, and then roiling around in the back of her mind is all the blood that she has shed with those claws of hers. And then thinking back to that prediction of that prescient bear form, that creature of the dream world of the Umbra, and she thinks back. In her head, she can only think of a crimson destiny.
Hmm. That's actually like while you're walking around the town, and every time you come to your house there, you notice that there's nothing really that gives any sort of alertness with you. While you go there, everything seems very mundane, very much like you've left it. It doesn't feel like anybody's forced their way in or rummaged through your house or anything of that sort. It's while you're roaming around, this sort of this certain sense of kind of uh, you feel a bit like when you walk around the town and you see the people, everybody kind of having their specific purpose, in the community, this very specific role that they play for the benefit of the community. It's very much like this, like you said, that you don't feel like you have any craft that. Perkele! And um, except for that killing thing, that bloodshedding thing, um, um, and as you kind of walk there and you look all around the village and you see the forest behind you and all that, it feels almost like like the most you're contributing with your kind of craft, with your handiwork and all that. It's right there, like while you're in the town, even though you're born a human woman and all that, it feels like that's where you have your purpose a lot more than in this town. Like you're much more of the werewolf community than you're of the human community. Unlike perhaps one Fang who has very strong ties to the human community. Um, and as you're kind of walking there, and kind of this certain sense of kind of loneliness kind of creeps into you, and you do kind of feel that that wonder what kind of curious mind. Curious mind is the only person who's kind of there at kind of on watch duty while not in the town. She's right in the should be at the right beyond the edge of the forest there, and um, your thoughts kind of linger with her and with what's going on there, especially with One Fang being summoned to be interviewed, whatever that means when it comes to
Mhm.
inquisitors.
Yeah, she ponders. She lets that roll around in her mind a bit, and as she does, she'll kind of glance back at her house, and she'll walk into it as if greeting an old friend, letting those that old dusty fumes kind of waft about, and she'll kind of sit down and kind of take her hand at maybe perhaps trying to craft a few things, maybe using clay and stuff, and making some bowls, things like that. Something that she did when she was a wee lass, but had long since stopped doing. Well, she's made bowls in the past while outside in the forest. Even in her Krinos form, there are uses for bowls and such. They're not such, you know, uncouth barbarians, but even still, this craft was never put towards the town or anything like that. It was always for the singular purpose of being out there.
Mm.
And with her thoughts lingering towards Curious Mind, she makes plans to just linger around there for a while, and then later on go out there to check up on Curious Mind.
Yeah. Okay. Especially when you're, as you're kind of lingering through that direction, and as you're doing kind of clay, craftsman stuff, kind of, shaping clay and all that. When you pick that clay up, there's this, usually when you pick up clay and all that, or mud or something, it feels like kind of, even though it's kind of like, oh, it's gonna get dirt everywhere and all that. It's also this kind of cool, if this moist little soil there and all that. But when you pick it up this time, it feels like under your fingernails, you feel this a little bit of this kind of irritation. You feel this kind of very minute kind of this burning where it feels like instead of having this cool sensation, it has this kind of irritant sensation. And as you're kind of shaping it and molding it, it also like lets out this kind of you don't smell it at first, but it's more like you start to feel like your fingers are starting to, if you like bring your fingers all like really close to your nose, you start to feel this kind of familiar, this kind of foul, this kind of sulfuric aroma to the stench, something that you've clearly smelled before when it comes to slimy and muddy soil.
Oh, she immediately begins to like look at her nails, and then she just begins to when like the clay before. She just kind of after smelling that, her mind kind of reels back, and she takes this half molded pot that she was working on. She just begins to rip it apart, looking at it, and almost dissecting it frantically, looking, making sure that there's nothing in there. Her mind thinking back to, oh, how could that? Why is this hurting? She's just ripping it apart, looking.
You almost like instinctually when you're like ripping it, the more you get kind of anxious about it, the more you see that your kind of feet are gaining speed as you're kind of anxiously, walking more stiffly and with a fiercer pace and all that. And you notice after a little while that you're already like stepping on moss and all that, a little shrubbery, and you're already like at the edge of the woods there. And yeah, it's like you get like anxiously picking up and scraping all of it off of your fingernails and all of that, and yeah, it doesn't make sense like the very first minute you realize it, but it's very much like very reminiscent of the stuff that you mentioned, when you were still locked as a prisoner of war
Mm.
in that foul pit.
Now in her mind, she's thinking perhaps that there's something that has affected the town this way. She's not. She has no idea why or how this could be. She's thinking at first, perhaps a memory, perhaps backlash, but the pain is real. She recognizes that, and that's the only thing that really confuses her. That's the only thing she could be sure of. So while she's now finding herself out here, she'll kind of casually stroll about, still picking flowers and stuff in case people were to come by, and while it's at the same time looking for Curious Mind,
You
checking up
get
upon her.
you get while you're picking the flowers and all that, you get a very strong scent. You get very strong, like you could almost like visualize this trail clearly where Curious Mind has walked and where she's stopped. Um, and following that scent, like even though you're picking up flowers and all that stuff while doing that, after a while you notice that you smell as if Curious Mind is should be standing right in front of your face right about now. The trail ends, and the stench and the smell and the scent is such that she should be laying there. You're like right next to a large pine tree, like under the pine tree's branches. They're right at the sweet spot, kind of stay out of sight and lay down and sleep kind of place. You see that there's nothing there, but the smell is such that it's exactly as if someone was actually laying there. It feels that fresh.
With that, she kind of just kneels down and kind of leans forward a bit as she does and calls out, Curious Mind.
You don't hear anything. It's almost like you say it and then you hear nothing but silence, and you at some point hear a bird chirping and another bird like taking flight. And as you're kind of looking around and kind of leaning forward, it's this very eerie kind of thing that spooks you. You blink, and when you blink, she's there. She's appeared out of thin air, and that's where a Curious Mind's dream actually ended, where Curious Mind felt just like when she entered her last dream, where she was killing Celts in a battlefield, when she had felt like her molecules were being spread across the galaxy and reconstructed in her dream, just like when you went to the Powwow Mountains in the northern parts of the realm of Fangaia when you met the bear totem. The same way Curious Mind felt after the dream ended, her kind of particles and all the aspects of her kind of disassemble again and assemble back in the physical realm. And as Red Claw blinked, there she is. She has just appeared out of thin air, and that's when Curious Mind wakes up out of the dream.
Red Claw's gonna rear back a bit when she sees this. From the few times that she feels very caught off guard with this eerie feeling, the irritation under her nails and such, she kind of backs up a bit. The hair on her body sort of feels like it stands up. Curious Mind.
As I waken up, she immediately jumps to her paws and kind of growls at Red Claw, who is the only living thing close to her. But then she realizes it's Red Claw, and she just immediately, and she walks towards her and kind of presses her forehead up against her leg. Oh, thank you for waking me. I had the strangest dream.
What happened?
Uh,
And while she's saying that, she's kind of like walking with you, like further into the woods, and she's looking back constantly, making sure that no one's like watching.
I was dreaming. I was on this strange land, and we were fighting. It was I was again this creature, this human with a wolf's head. we were fighting, and I was killing people left and right, and people were cheering and following me, and every axe I swung, people crumbled into ash and dust.
She sits down before you on a log as you say this, and like her eyebrows sort of lift up, and she sort of tilts her head, and the feeling that you can get from her is that this doesn't sound very bad to her. In fact, she'll look up to you and say, "That sounds like a glorious battle you fought."
I think it was, but I'm not sure what we were fighting.
Fighting without purpose is the worst kind.
In the end, there was this crossing, not a physical crossing of roads, but I could either go left or right. I could go to this building, and there was this thing summoning me there, or I could go right and back to the sea, back to I believe they're called boats, the things that brought us over the water.
Hmm. Were there no other options?
None that presented them to me. I turned right. I went to the boats, but the boats, they had faces of small, large, you know those little things that crawl around on all fours when it's hot in the sun? Lizards, I think there are. It had eyes like those, like the snakes that crawl in the sand and in the bushes. Much like, she kind of looks at you, and much like the eye that was in that pendant you had. The pendant you found on, what was it again?
I see. And she kind of just leans back a bit as you say that, looking up at the tall stalks of the trees. Perhaps this was a telling of things to come.
Why are you here?
Checking
I
up
thought
on
you
you.
should be in the village, pretending everything's all right.
Well, I
Is
was,
something
but I
wrong?
found no, just checking up upon you, curious mind. She kind of gets up.
Hmm. She starts to change into her human form.
Okay. Oh, I can't hold it anymore. I gotta go piss out of my ass. So entertain the people.
All right, too much information.
TMI.
Yeah.
Happy New Year's, everyone.
Mm. Yeah. Merry Christmas.
Hope everyone had a wonderful break and such. Werewolf has been a bit delayed. The holidays and such, they're quite demanding upon our souls. They are.
The damn dinners of mine.
I'm not saying anything. I had a bunch of stuff too going on, so
Yeah.
this is the first weekend I've had like in 6 weekends where I didn't have to do something on a Saturday.
Nice.
So yeah, a lot of times we get done, I have to run off and go like fix someone's computer or do some other stupid shit.
Oh, really? You fix computers? You know, I have a computer that's kind of.
I'll be right over.
Could you fly over and just?
Yeah, I'll fly. I wish I could. That'd be fun.
Yeah, yeah.
Nice vacation. You can show me your bees.
Oh yeah, definitely. Actually, how many years ago is it? When I first met Jonas, we were actually talking about him coming over to the Netherlands to visit me. Still hasn't happened, but we still have that option, like
Yeah,
right.
you're really
Come over,
close
you
too.
know?
Yeah, you're actually pretty close. Yeah.
Well, close.
Well, I know you guys think it's far, but when you live in the U.S., like going to California is like 6 times that distance.
Yeah.
All right. Okay.
Oh well, one of these days, one of these days. But yeah, sorry for that. Hope you didn't give any Star Wars spoilers, even though it's been a while. But still, people
No, we
are
wouldn't do
sensitive
that to
about that
Rose.
stuff.
I spoiled all of it. There's a beginning, a middle, and an end there.
How dare you!
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Let's get right back to it. As Curious Mind is shape-shifting into a human form, and especially when you go through, all the forms and all that, when you're not in a hurry and using a rage point or anything like that, just instantaneously transform. When you go to your Hispo form and you you gain size and all that, all the little intricate, sense nerves and all that in your little wolf nose and all that also increase when you gain so much size. And you notice what already in your Hispo form, it strikes you. You almost feel like the soil beneath your feet is wetter and more like, you feel almost like you're, not only because of your increased weight in the Hispo form, but already you feel your paws kind of like a little bit sinking into the soil. It feels muddy. It feels kind of sticky, and you also make out that peculiar, distinctive stench of something sulfuric, just as Red Claw did before with the clay. And whereas Red Claw remembers that smell from being locked in the pit, you remember it as your first experience in the Umbra when you guys, you and North Star, were approaching the territories of the werewolves, and there were Banes there. And once there was the Red Talon War going on then, and there were Banes, licking at spots where people had died, worm spirits, that's when you felt that sulfuric stench there, and the soil feeling not only muddy but this kind of gel-like, this kind of having these kind of web-like, this kind of snotty, you know, putrid soil. The soil doesn't feel like that far gone, but it does feel like, oh, it's stench, and it does feel a lot wetter and runnier than before.
As I noticed this, I remain in my Hispo form, and I use my hair leap to more or less jump up and land on a rock with sturdy soil under, sturdy rock under my feet.
Hmm.
So I'm all of a sudden like, like
Yeah.
bouncing off, and for this split second, same thing happened kind of while she was having the dream, and actually woke up a bit. She notices that fear and anxiousness starts to creep in on her, and she again comes as she lands on the rock and feels the sturdy rock under her. She immediately takes a moment to steady her mind and to not let these sensations cloud her feelings. As she then looks at the soil and looks at Red Claw. Do you feel that?
Feel what?
The soil, it's changing.
Does it burn?
Slightly.
She kind of looks at her nails a little bit, and there's a bit of a sigh of relief that she wasn't the only one experiencing this, and she looks up at you. I experienced the same when I was making a clay pot. It burns
happened.
just like that time when I was in that pit so many moons ago.
Her eyes widen. How quickly did you get here?
I kind of lost track of time. I'm not really quite sure how long it's
Follow
been.
me. He starts to run away from the village, more or less jumping from sturdy underground, to a sturdy underground. And as she runs for about 5 minutes or so, she then jumps into the soil itself.
Yeah, you see almost like immediately that you didn't have to even take that long of a distance. Already you felt like a drastic change, and after like 5 minutes, it's nowhere to be spotted anymore. It's like the further you've gone from the town, the lesser the presence of that kind of soil is, around you.
It's emanating from the village.
Redclaw kind of hurries up as you caught her off guard with that leaps and bounds. What do you mean
Feel the
emanating
ground.
from the
Feel it.
town? She puts her hands down into it. You're right. It's
It's like it should be.
cooler. Ah,
It's like there's this evil seeping into it.
do you think it could be connected to those men in red?
It's the only visible large difference that's changed. We should observe them through the Umbra.
She kind of looks around. All right, but I could not stay long. I'll need to go back to the village to check up upon one Fang and his wife. They are being currently interviewed.
Her eyes widen even further. Then they have no time to waste. They might be in danger. I start to run back towards the village.
She runs right behind you.
Sorry?
You skip on the Umbra part?
Yeah, well, I'm probably trying to look for a place where I can sidestep. Most likely, I will sidestep before I get into the atmosphere of this dark and icky underground.
Okay.
Does Curious Mind have her clothes?
Yeah, sure.
Okay, good. Because Red Claw begins running right behind her, keeping pace as they make their way to the village.
Curious Mind also, I think the two of you kind of like found a stash together for her as well, because I think she did mention that she wanted a stash similar to the two of you for clothes, you and clothes. Yeah. Okay, so no problem with that. The two of you, again, like Curious Mind rips a hole into the gauntlet between the two worlds and enters into the Umbra, the spirit world. And the two of you enter there together, and the gateway closes behind you. And as you're there, as soon as you arrive to those places where you felt that stench, you don't feel the soil that much as this kind of sinking soil, but the stench is definitely there, and you also feel like you hear and feel like these kind of these mosquitoes roaming around, kind of like corpse flies or something like that. Maybe too specific, but mosquitoes and flies roaming around.
As I head towards the village, I'll call on the cuckoo bird and
Okay.
wait
Okay.
for him to arrive.
Okay, as you call him, it doesn't take long before you hear the bird noises, again mocking him and hissing at him when he arrives, always to the fanfare of the disdain of other bird species there. And as he glides in from the horizon there, in his glowing little cuckoo bird form there, again he kind of glides there and breaks it up a bit and lands on your shoulder there. And if you're still in your hispo form, it'll just land, there.
Mhm.
And again, familiarly, he'll say, "You cold."
Yes. Have you felt it? What's happening in the village?
Mm, nothing too specific, but I do feel the dank air, especially here.
From what I can tell, it's emanating from the village. Could you look around? I don't want to get too close yet.
Very well. I will report back as soon as I find something.
Be
And
careful.
and he flies off. And while you're waiting there, I'm going to go back to One Fang. And One Fang has just come to the door of the storage room there, where you know that there's all these parchments and scrolls and books and inks and all these things, and a desk, and there's also the back door that leads out from the church itself. And you were pointed, to go there, but the door is still closed nonetheless as you come to it.
As I get close to the door, I sort of like in the back of my mind, kind of just remember where the monks were that were positioned around the room, and then knock on the door.
Okay. As you knock on the door, you hear after a while, "Enter."
One Fang lifts the latch and enters the room, closing the door behind him.
Okay. As you come in, you see that there's candles lit in places, and there's, it's a small room. It's a pretty small room. It's mainly for storage and this kind of desk work. If usually your uncle did the desk work at the shack where you two lived, but there's also possibilities for that here. And you see Mordecai Kramer, the head High Inquisitor and the Lord Justicar of the Brotherhood of the Oculus Dei, and he's, he doesn't have the hood on. He has the robes and everything, and you can see like a chain around his neck that goes under his clothes there, unlike with the other monks where the crucifix with the orange centerpiece, is hanging on top of their cloaks there. He's sitting there. There's a chair beside the table, like he's facing towards you behind the table, and there's a chair beside him on your side that nobody's, of course, sitting on. And he's writing stuff on a piece of parchment with a candle there. He hasn't made eye contact with you as you arrived. He's looking at the parchment, and he's like writing down, something. Very respectable haste. You can kind of respect somebody who can write that fast. With the kind of feather ink pen there.
Yeah, I step up to the front of the desk and wait until he makes eye contact. And when he does so, I'll reach out to shake his hand and introduce myself.
Okay. As he kind of writes it, you can see like after he's finished the last line, he makes a little pause and then writes a signature, and then lifts the paper and puts it on a small pile on the edge of the table there, with a lot of parchments and scrolls and books and whatnot all around him. Like there was just this one little space that the size of a parchment where he was writing it. And as he lifts it off and kind of blows on it, he then lifts his eyes and looks into your eyes with his kind of a he has a bit of a squinty eyes. He doesn't have, and he has like a wide, upper lip there with his, like really pale blonde hair and bright, pale blue eyes there. And he makes eye contact with you, and as you stick your hand out to shake it, he doesn't shake your hand. He just looks at you and says with this kind of a motionless face, "Sit down." And he pulls a new parchment.
I sort of linger with my hand out for a couple seconds, and then kind of make a humph sound, and then sit down in the chair.
And he starts to write at the upper corner there already. Like, Michael Olfson. Yes. I do not think your uncle has mentioned me before this.
Mentioned you to me?
Mm,
No.
yes. You're a family man now, it seems. You're quite settled in the little community here in Wildmark. You have a lovely wife and your firstborn on the way, yes?
Yes. God has blessed me with a child soon to be.
Hmm. You're a world-wandering man, are you not, with your uncle?
We have traveled much in my younger days.
Hmm. Yes, and regardless, you decided to settle down here. It's curious. Man of the world who's seen all sorts of cultures and glorious, glorious dynasties and monarchies and endless sources of literature and libraries and scholarships. You still decide to stay here where your uncle brought the two of you after your travels. Is it simply to settle down, find a worldly, meager, humble existence here, or is it something else you wish to discuss?
No, I had plans originally to travel, but I met my beautiful wife and decided to start a family, which seems to be the plans that God has laid out for me. And he's provided me with an excellent job.
Yes, I see. You've kept very busy and very intricate part of this community here, I presume?
Yes, I was lucky my uncle taught me numbers and how to do the books. It's very helpful here.
Yes, I would expect a fishing village doesn't hold too many intellectuals or even literates.
It's something I'm hoping to change at some time.
Your uncle and I met while you were in Germany. We met in Munich. That was long ago. That was while you were still scarcely 10, I would suppose.
I don't remember that.
Yes, I wouldn't expect you to really, unless of your uncles would have decided to mention our little relationship. Your uncle and I stayed in touch via letters. I doubt you knew that either.
There is much I don't know about what my uncle does.
Your uncle is a very peculiar man. I reveled in staying in touch with someone with that sort of enthusiasm and imagination, I would say. He kept sending me curious reports, however, of I doubt you have come across any of this, but reports of rather fantastical nature. I personally, from just meeting you for the first time now, find you to be a courteous and humble young man with a purpose in life, yet your uncle seems to have a quite quite of a tapestry of fantastical events in his own head regarding your recent actions. I do not know if this, for example, looks familiar. And you see that he holds out a parchment that's not an outright copy, but it's clearly made with the same hand, and again, like a drawing that you saw in the Crimson Red book that you stole from your uncle. And it doesn't. It's not a picture of anything regarding specifically you or Agnes. It's just a picture of witchcraft. You see a generic, woman riding, a cow that's on its back and flying through the air, holding the ankles of the cow's back legs and, mounting like the chest of the cow and flying in the air, and then there's a picture of a kind of a medieval Kama Sutra type of thing where there's a woman with her legs spread and a medieval style picture of a goat-like Satan, penetrating her, and there's Latin text there about Blogula and all that stuff that your uncle has mentioned and what you saw in the book, and he kind of gave you that. It's clear like he's looking at your reaction.
Yeah, as I look at that, it's appalling images. Yeah, they're just appalling, and there's that look on my face of just disgust, and I quickly hand it back to him. Oh, I didn't know my uncle was into such things, or much of an artist. Lately we didn't quite agree on whether I should marry Agnes, and my uncle, as it's his way, and as my guardian, was heavy-handed man, and as I became older, disagreement kind of left us where we butted heads, and we didn't kind of break apart amicably. Though I have tried over the past couple months to bring him back into it, apologize for my part in the disagreements that we've had. Oh, this sensationalism is amazing to me. I don't know what this is.
Yes, it's...
He put that out towards me as if that was something that I was doing. I am confused as to where that leads towards me, or my wife, or family.
It seems that your uncle is convinced that there is a deeper purpose as to why he didn't concede, perhaps, to your marriage to your young wife. There is, if you hadn't seen this page, then I am sure you have not seen this, or this, or this, or this, and you see all the images that you saw. You see the orgy at Blokula. You see a woman, a witch, grabbing her crotch to hold the semen of Satan inside her, flying back to the human settlement, and then in this kind of Lilith kind of imagery of a woman mounting a man, type of thing, and mixing the innocent Christian man's seed with Satan's seed that she kept inside her, and forever cursing the man to become her servant in this kind of beastly form, and commit murder and all this sort of depravity under her whims, and being this kind of a satanic creature,
I sort of, the papers, just kind of spread them out and on the desk and just sort of shake my head. I didn't know it was that deep in his mind. That I don't know. He's always spoken of demons inhabiting the body and taking control of it. But this seems more. This seems like this is something that's troubling him more than I would expect.
Yes, one would have to be a rather hysterical milkmaid to take this at face value on any level. But the curious thing is that in my experience with handling humans when it comes to um, interrogation and interview, there is always a sense of fact hidden in these stories. Now, the fact may not have anything to do with the actual events. The events themselves may be completely fabricated in the imagination of the delusional individual, but there is always some fact, whether it's some subconscious thing they wish to express, and this is the way it manifests itself, or it's their interpretation of real events, or that they are in fact real events. That is something I wish to tackle, let's say here. Your uncle is someone who's provided me with lots of counsel, and which is part of the reason why we arrived so quickly, because exchanging letters with your uncle, he was already anxious and hysterical about an upcoming fall of man, in his words, and I was already traveling and I had arrived in Lund. And when he sent his latest message about a murder here, I arrived in a fairly short notice because of that. With this case, with this case of this dead girl here, I will be completely honest with you. What I deal in, my task, my purpose, my job in this brief existence that we get on Earth here, is to understand, to root out secrets, to find hidden meanings behind all the stones I can turn and look under. I have experienced things that are impossible to express in words, and I know this world of ours is filled with horrors unimaginable. And my duty is to find that out, to leave something to the next generations of people in my positions to work off of. And that is what I crave in this little town of yours. These fantastical allegations by your uncle don't mean much to me, but knowing his zeal, I cannot, in good conscience, believe that there is nothing here. I will, in all honesty, say that the occupation I hold, the station and the office I hold, demands many things that are not cheap. The church itself doesn't provide us with more than the mere necessities, so there are always jobs that we are called upon that we have a purely monetary interest in. There are demons to be exorcised, and I use the word demons as more of a in a non-literal way in this regard. There is a insatiable need in people to have quick solutions, and blood vengeance for some reason has taken root with a lot of cultures and a lot of communities. And through that we can finance our duties. Now, regarding your town, I am very optimistic about finding something of substance. I am very optimistic about finding out what, and he's tapping on the parchments with the drawings, what these drawings and these images stem from. And in order to avoid this becoming another wild goose chase that we simply get monetary benefit out of, and especially regarding the different rumors and especially these allegations your uncle has put out there, there is much room for us to do exactly that if we were to wish to do so. I, however, do not wish to do so. That is always the disappointment route of action. What I wish to know is something I've deduced throughout these past few weeks, being in contact with your uncle. I have deduced that there is no one in this small, little, pathetic fishing village with any know-how or any understanding of their actions besides yourself who could have had any contact with someone who's gone missing from me. One of my Brotherhood's members was sent here, well, not here, but in a close proximity to work a task I had given to them. And I have since lost contact with that person of my guild, of my order, and I've come by the knowledge that his remains have been uncovered, as I've come to know that his life has expired. And I've deduced from the members of this community that you hold the only viable potential of someone who actually would have any knowledge of this. I simply wish your true or false answer as to have you ran by one of these before. And he's pinching at his cloak.
Michael kind of looks at it and he's like, yeah, I think I have come across something very similar to that. Though it was a long time ago.
I have a deal to make with you. To be honest, I wouldn't wish to interview any further members of your town besides yourself, really, but I felt the need to start from others simply to gain some leverage, as I'm going to lay down a gauntlet for you in regards of making a deal. I have deduced, and I am certain that you are in possession of information I would find extremely valuable. If you are willing to exchange this knowledge with me for the price of us making no findings and leaving this village as soon as we are done, the two of us, I would be most grateful. If not, this would have to be regarded as another failed wild goose chase, and the only way of making this trip worth anything is to get monetary value out of it. and I don't think I need to go into further detail what that would entail. All I wish is to hear you say whether you agree or disagree to this exchange.
I sort of look at him and say, I would gladly help you if that was one of yours, if it is the same person that I came across.
Very
But
good.
I had buried it in the woods.
Very good. We won't discuss it here. I will let you go, and I will perform a purely by the numbers, meaningless interview with your wife so as to have it done away with, and I will meet you here. And he puts one of the parchments forward of the drawings, and he's tapping him with his finger and says, "Where life was conceded." And he points at the picture of the woman mounting the man there, and insinuating the location in the forest near your house, and he's kind of looking at you with this very like stern and very like intentful, look.
Michael sort of just like raises an eyebrow. He's like, I'm not sure where that is. Do you have a map? Or perhaps you could meet me at my house.
Very well. Let's say we meet behind your house. Let's say that. And then he holds out his hand for you to shake.
I stand up and adjust my coat as I normally would and then shake his hand. It was
Okay.
good to meet you, sir.
Likewise. And as you go to shake his hand, and he grips your hand, it feels. He has a glove, he has those crimson gloves on his hand, but it feels kind of cold, not as cold as a corpse perhaps, but it definitely doesn't feel warm, and the squeeze that he squeezes, it feels like it's made out of wood or stone or something like that. He doesn't like clinch or anything.
Yeah.
It's more just it's like this stiff, cold hand that that you wind up shaking. And after you shake and he has the half smirk on his face, he points towards the back door and says, "I will meet you there. I will deal with your wife first."
I turn, I say, very good, and I bow my head to him and then go out the door. I'll close the gate quietly.
Okay. As you go out, you can already hear from behind the door, "Santa in." And as you left through the door, we're going to go back to Red Claw and Curious Mind. And there you are, standing in the forest, and the cuckoo bird returns. And the cuckoo bird returns and says, "Oh, my friend, the pattern spider on top of the church building is firing off rays. It's shooting at the soil. I did not see too many details, not wishing to get close enough to get zapped, but there were definitely something that emitted a vile stench, something I cannot find a comparison to."
I see. I look at Red Claw.
Yeah, it's just like what we've been feeling all along.
Is this some kind of a bad omen? What are you investigating?
Are you familiar with I believe it's church, right? That's what it's called.
Yes, well, from here it's simply another one of the constructs, but I do recognize that it has significance over the other constructs in it, that it's a place of worship for humans.
Exactly. And it seems that the man that hold prominence in this thing that humans worship, they have arrived and they seem to be, well, maybe not physically, or maybe even physically, but they seem to wield certain power. I think they are now located in this church, the building where the large pattern spider is located. It's relatively safe to assume that because of their presence, this pattern spider is acting in this way.
Uh,
For it's my understanding that usually they're neutral.
It's a very descriptive and accurate term. They do not hold sides, as it were, but if something is disturbing them, uh, they do take action. Somebody's vibrating their webs, they act in a volatile fashion.
So I've realized. But the fact that I kind of sniff at the soil, and the fact that this pattern spider is so strongly corrupting the soil that it's even seeping into the real world, when the physical world, it troubles me.
You're saying the pattern spider affects this?
Isn't it the one that shot the rays into the ground?
Yes, but this does not feel like that of the Weaver.
No, no, it doesn't. It feels of the worm. But
Pattern spiders are purely of the Weaver. They do not dabble in the worm's influence.
so you're meaning that creature on top of the building is actually a worm creature?
No, it is a Weaver's creature, but perhaps it is reacting to the worm's influence, if the soil is worm's influence.
Hmm. So the rays that this pattern spider is shooting is not actually the reason why the soil is acting the way it is.
Could be is repelling something.
Something in the church?
Perhaps.
I look again at Redclaw and say, any idea how long Oxspear and the elders will be discussing this?
There is no telling how long that will be. It might be a few days. It might only take a few moments. So far, I would assume that it may take a while. The elders may stay off their hand for the time being. This is certainly a matter of human affair. It is not something they can jump so quickly to judgment for. Not like if it were the Red Talons, for example. They would strike upon them with most haste. But here, such things might prove to be, she kind of looks around, fatal. No, I think it would take far longer. We may yet have time to
But
solve the problem.
we now have information that they do not. There's clearly a worm presence here, and we should eliminate it.
She kind of looks at her hands. Yes, but is it here? Can we fight it here?
My bet is that it's in the church.
She looks onward onto that large webbed construction with that even larger mechanical being.
It's too far in the distance. You guys are at the edge of that stench area. You haven't gone forward towards the town
Oh, No, but we could still see the town in the distance, though, right? Just a little
Well,
bit.
no, you're in the forest, so the
Ah.
tall trees kind of obscure your.
Okay, so what she'll do is she'll look in that direction, but she'll still imagine because she's seen it before, these intricate webs, and part of it fills her with a bit of curiosity, and others with a bit of intrepidation, as she does not want to be the fly caught in this web. But she looks towards you, curious mind, and after a few breaths, she says, "Let's proceed in town and see what we can do. Perhaps here in the Umbra we may be able to perceive that which cannot be seen in the flesh."
If it is indeed a worm spirit and it has a manifestation in the real world, if it sees us in the Umbra, it'll know in the real world that we're there.
This is true, but the others in the village will not know.
Are we to fight this creature, the two of us?
No, no, I would never dream of just going by ourselves. We'll have to wait till one thing is there, but it would still merit much to look and see what is actually going on. Perhaps we can glean more information that way.
You believe this is wise?
We don't need to go into town. We can merely walk a little ways in and
I'm just saying, should Oxspear not be informed, the fact that there is indeed a worm presence now in the village and is polluting the ground we walk on, it speaks volumes of the potency of this entity. And
I want to make sure that it is a worm presence. That is all. If we know for sure, then we should go, and I will head out and warn and tell of Oxspear what has transpired. But as she says that, she kind of looks away, and in the back of her mind, she's like, "That piece of shit. He's already running away with his tail between his legs again." And in part of her mind, she has this guttural reaction, just kind of clench her fists. But she has her side turned to you, curious mind, as she does so you don't see her left fist clenching quite as much. But it releases shortly afterwards and looks towards you.
Yeah, this is surely an opportunity to kind of take initiative and not wait for Oxpear to tell you what to do.
The last time I would rather not wait on Oxspear's decisions before we act. He might be our pack leader, but he takes far too long for action. No, we should take initiative ourselves. If we can eliminate the presence, we may do so.
do you know where One Fang and his wife is?
They're at the church itself, I think. That's where they're being interviewed.
Wait, you're telling me an unborn child is this close to this entity?
I don't know if it will be affected by it or not. These are not the matters I'm not sure.
A curious mind will close her eyes, and she will murmur some words, and Redclaw will quite quickly feel a presence in her mind. As curious mind keeps concentrating and tries to reach using Hunter's Harmony One Fang.
At this time, well, this is kind of because these are kind of overlaid with one another. He would still be interviewed at this time. So in that sense, I kind of want to say that no, you can't reach him because that we would have to kind of backtrack to that. But then again, I don't want to say no, as in you're unable to make contact because like he's being shielded by being able to make contact with him by the church or whatever is in there and all that. So I'll just say that because of the distance and because of you not doing this before,
I have
you
done it
haven't.
before.
Hmm?
I have done it before.
Oh, you have.
Yeah,
Oh,
when
okay.
when we were underwater against this.
Yeah, that's right.
Trees
Okay.
swimming up.
Well, in that case, I'm just saying that it's because of the distance.
All right.
I don't know if there's a rule regarding the distance, but
I
Well,
actually looked
if
it
it
up. There wasn't
helps,
anything about the distance, but I
backtrack with.
can assume that that the distance is too great. So
Yeah.
I'll say we should get closer to the village. I'll try to contact One Fang to have him get Agnes out of there.
Okay. Well,
Yeah, we move towards the village.
you kind of you're leaving towards the village then.
Yeah.
Red Claw 2.
Yeah, Red Claw will be following right afterwards.
Okay. So the two of you are going towards
Where,
the
by the way, Red Bitch and what's the other guy called?
Dusklight.
Dusklight.
They're in the woods somewhere. You don't know.
Okay.
Yeah, because they're with Oxspear and they're doing their whole meeting shtick.
And as you are getting closer to the village, you start to hear these kind of foghorn, Tesla coil type of these kind of buzzing, like vibrating these kind of you know noises, these sounds, very mechanical, very electric, very these kind of dubstepy, this kind of effects, And as you get closer, you see the spider on top of the web enclosed church-shaped, construct there. Right in the village there, you see that there's the churchyard with the little very kind of short or very like the little fence there and that sort of thing, made of stone that's just covered in metallic spider web and all this. You see the giant spider that was kind of like a tarantula on top of the church building there, and it's again like kind of in this. It looks like it doesn't move almost at all, except for all sorts of intricate little spinning wheels and gears and all that. Those are moving all around, and all sorts of zooming lenses and all that in its eyes and all that. But the creature itself doesn't seem to move too much of its feet or anything like that. But what you see, what that noise comes out of, is that you see this stream of this bright red laser-like beam coming out of its eyes, just this kind of having these 8 spider eyes, just this kind of coming to the churchyard, to the soil right in front of the door of the church, where basically the small little graveyard is, where all those little graves are. It's just kind of blasting these little streams of red bright light that seems, letting off this little kind of little very small explosions when it hits the soil. And
When
you also see, as this kind of metallic web encrusted, the shape of the wagon that's parked right across the church there.
what do we say about the wagon?
Again, like it's the shape of the wagon, but it's again like the texture basically is like this metallic spider web encrusted, just like all the other buildings there.
Okay, yeah. So that's not very common, right? The fact that a wagon of that sort is constructed in spider web.
That's right. They're buildings and such.
Yeah.
These things like that. They would have to either be of some kind of some girth or some potency or something like that, or maybe it's just so big or whatever the case is. It's kind of like the wagon is the size of basically like an RV. It's
Mhm.
kind of like a mobile home. So it's web covered as well.
I changed from my Hispo into my Krynos form, and I
Okay.
kind of like lurch on one hand and kind of crouch down, and I look at Red Claw. I say, it's worse than I thought. We need to get one thing out of there, and Agnes.
She nods, and then she begins to look around.
You can
Okay.
probably tell that Curious Mind is this close to just breaking out of the Umbra and just chopping heads and getting them out of there.
Okay, well, sensing this now, she'll kind of walk up to you, put her hand on your on that massive cranial shoulder, and she'll say to you, "Stay your hand for the time being. I will come out of the Umbra and try to get them out. Be patient, please." And she'll like wander. Let's see. She'll wander like behind the church, out off to the left of it, in an area where like she thinks no one's going to be there, and kind of almost behind a tree if she can find one, and get out of the Umbra that way.
Okay. What about Curious Mind?
She will stay in touch through Hunter's Harmony with at least Red Claw, and she'll once again, assuming that it's well, she hasn't tried passing the gauntlet with this Harmony, Hunter's Harmony, so she'll again try actually to even use the opening that Red Claw's probably making to also reach out to One Fang to also get him into this group call.
Okay. Um, while you're trying to do that, you kind of notice when you spend time there, and if you creep any closer or anything like that, you notice that there's the soil that's getting bombarded by these laser beams from the pattern spider. The soil isn't stationary. It's not completely like still. There's this kind of rumbling. There's this kind of uh, some sort of, slimy, movement there, some sort of like a slithering this and that always gets bombarded there.
I probably jump up and kind of grab one of the fixed tree branches and kind of swoop up onto it to get a more bird's eye top view
Okay.
and try to find out what's actually going on there.
Okay, when you go there, you see clearly what's down there, what's getting bombarded by these laser beams, and yes, you see those kind of with slime flying everywhere. You see those slithering things. You see that there's this highly concentrated uh, slimy soil that's under the carriage that trails straight into the churchyard and is spreading on the churchyard, and just everything beyond that clear trail of that slimy mud there, everything like around it is just this very mildly slimy, the sort of stuff that you guys touched, this kind of little bit slimy that you can smell and you can kind of feel like, oh, this is different. But you see that spot under the carriage that leads this trail, almost like this giant snail's slime trail, into the churchyard. That's like outright porridge. That's like very different. And what you see, slithering there, you see that they look like these thick, kind of like boa constrictor size small intestines that are kind of going there in the muck, and those are getting blasted by the pattern spider so that they don't cross the edge of the fence there into the actual churchyard, even though the churchyard already is slimy like that. But they're clearly like trying to come, and it's always like blasting away at them.
More or less defending itself.
Yeah.
Yeah, and its area of habitat. So I'll definitely relay this information to Red Claw.
Yeah. Okay.
Still trying to
Meanwhile,
reach out to One Fang.
yeah. Meanwhile, Red Claw has managed to get behind the trees and get back into the physical world, like you were intending.
And when I do, I sense that thought from Curious Mind, and her body kind of tenses up as she thinks about what's currently going on in the spiritual world, and she quickly picks up the pace as she walks around, and again trying to act nonchalantly about it, as she has the basket in front of her with both of her hands on it, just walking idly by. She'll kind of try to make her way into the church to the front way.
There's actually, like, in this very close pace from one another, the moment you came out into the physical world, Red Claw, and you heard Curious Mind's signal in your head, that point is when the back door opens and One Fang steps out and closes the door behind him. And at that point, Curious Mind also gets a signal to One Fang as well. But at that exact time, all of you, well, Curious Mind perhaps not, because she's in the Umbra. Well, no, sorry. You hear ox spears howl to gather everyone up. He has returned, and he's calling everyone for a meetup. That's pretty much what happens, kind of like in very short succession. Like, as soon as you come to the physical world, you see One Fang arriving, you all get into this Skype call in your head, and immediately you hear the ox spears call for everybody to gather around.
With that, she kind of just, acknowledging the wolf call, that howl in the sky, she walks over towards One Fang. She says, "Oh, Michael, how are you today? I was wondering what happened to you and Agnes. Is Agnes with you?"
So Agnes didn't come out with me. I came out by myself.
Yeah, you came out by yourself. Mordecai Kramer told you that for agreeing to give him information and answer his questions later on when you meet him by your house, he's agreed that he will do a purely formal, rather the interview with Agnes purely as a formality, and then come and meet you because of you agreeing.
Okay. Because in my head, I went back out the same door and to see her. That's what I was in my head.
No, he pointed to go out the back door.
That's fucking shady shit right there. You bastard. All right. One Fang turns. He's surprised. He's just been under this tense strain of dealing with this guy, trying not to give away any information. He's not used to being interrogated at all. He's not sure whether, and then that end result where the guy was trying to point out where, Agnes and him were first together, saying that he seems to know a little bit more than he should. I'm kind of on edge, and I step outside, and immediately I hear Curious Mind in my head, and, Pietra standing in front of me, asking me how I'm doing.
Yeah, and then you hear ox spears.
Then the howl goes off, and I'm like, so his face is kind of panicked, and Pietra, it's good to see you. Agnes is inside. She's finishing up her her meeting. Sorry, is that? Then he's like, I kind of stop, and when we talk, I can talk in my head right now. I'll talk out loud for Curious Mind.
Yeah, well, we can actually all communicate with each other by mere thought.
So in my head, I'm like, yeah, I'm well, Curious Mind. I'm safe as of right now. Just give me a second to catch my thoughts, just so I'm not getting inundated with Curious Mind saying, hey.
Yeah, exactly. Well,
And with that, I kind of step forward and rub my eyes and kind of look over at Red Claw and say, both in my head and no, just in my I have to say it out loud. I speak to Pietro and try to echo it in my head so that Curious Mind can hear at the same time. Pietro, I think he kind of looks off to the left and right and says, well, I guess what brings you over here?
Oh, I was hoping to know when Agnes will be done. She said that she would show me such lovely pottery techniques, and she grabs the clumps of clay that have been thoroughly thrashed about. I'm not quite doing so well. And then she'll like lean over to the left a little bit, as if looking into the yard. Did you know that there are a lot of worms in the yards today? I think the birds will be quite full of it, with all the worms. She kind of leans forward as she says that.
Michael stares and looks, and he kind of looks down at the ground. And unlike Curious Mind in Red Claw, has he noticed anything about the ground as he's looking down?
No.
No. So he's like, well, I mean, it hasn't rained, though. I guess it's not unusual for there to be a lot of worms. He obviously doesn't get it, obviously. But...
In your head, you hear the following. You hear this. We have detected the presence of a worm within this area. The Weaver is fighting it.
Oh, worms.
Here above this structure.
And then he kind of like looks down at the ground and spins around. He's like, Agnes, she's inside.
How long will it be before she is out? That's what you hear in your head.
Yeah.
And then outside you'll hear, well, how long will she have to be out there? She said that she would teach me today, and I am quite eager to learn.
I'm sure the Inquisitor won't be long. I'm sure he made it sound like it would be a quick meeting with her.
Well, do tell me about the Inquisitor. I have not heard much about him.
Oh, Jesus.
You are being summoned by your illustrious pack leader.
Get Agnes out. We need to get to One Spear, to Oxspear.
In my head, I'm like, I'm not going to leave Agnes here. Can you respond to the call, Curious Mind?
I'm waiting for you guys to head over there, but you should not leave Agnes in the church.
Well, if we go barging in there, then all the work we've done will destroy the what little bit I've done. I've set it up so that, and then at the same time, I'm like, Pietro, she'll be out, and I'm sure she'll help you with your pottery. But at the same, I'm echoing in my head, I've set it up so that this man will come out and meet me by my house, and then I'm supposed to show him where the red man was killed. Remember the man where we found him where the rocks were?
In your head, you will hear, I can head out instead. Answer the call. You all are legitimately busy here. And then we'll come back as soon as possible. I will alert them to the situation. That way you can wait for Agnes, make sure she is safe, and with Curious Mind, in case anything else were to go awry. Does that sound good?
I think
that works.
Oxspear might wish to speak to all of us, but yes.
Very well.
Probably we'll
Will
see.
we be able to maintain communication, Curious Mind, the whole time?
I don't know. The distance might be a problem, but depending on how far Redclaw has to travel. You, by the way, probably will see an imagery thought which stems from Curious Mind's her more wolf-like mind. And you see these scales of like importance, and you see Agnes in the one side and this shadows and we have to be careful and thing in the other side, and you see Agnes's her tray is actually standing on the ground and these shadow things are like way up in the air. She's like, what the hell? Where are your priorities? But well,
Yeah, that is going. It's actually making probably anyone who's receiving it extremely nervous. Pietro, perhaps you wish to go and prepare your kiln for when you finish making the clay pottery that you wish to do.
That sounds delightful. I shall do so immediately.
With
God's
that,
blessing upon you, brother. And she just walks away really quick-like, and kind of prances about as she does so. And in the back of her head, her thoughts are stirring to meet up with Oxspear. Now, actually, I think you all will actually hear. Well, not hear, but you all will sense an emotion in matters of Oxspear, and it is utter disdain and disrespect. It's brief though, you feel, but it's like a hot poker that got too close. For that brief second, you feel the singe, and quickly she kind of tries to extinguish that thought as she marches on forward quickly. And when she gets sufficiently outside the village, she will immediately stash away clothes and stuff, making sure no one's watching, and immediately head up.
Okay, so you're the only one who's going to your pact meeting to hear what the elders have decided.
Okay. Given the situation at hand.
Okay. Well, while you're putting your clothes into your stash, you hear the third time you're being summoned via a wolf howl there, and you hear a certain agitation already in this third call. But yeah, as you get your clothes stashed into your little hole there, you leave and you run into deeper into the woods, and eventually you do come across Dusklight, Red Bitch, and Oxspear. And Oxspear is in his human form, and the Dusklight and Red Bitch are both in their lupus form, and they're standing there in this little opening there in the woods, this little clearing there, where this big rock is and this fallen tree is and all that, where people tend to sit down and kind of, it's a common enough of a meeting place. You have multiple meeting places that you commonly use with one another. And in this place, there's, the two wolves are sitting there, and Oxspear is sitting there with the Crimson Red book in his hand, and he's looking kind of frustrated. And as you arrive to the scene, he looks up at you and just says, "Where's the rest?"
She looks up at him, and he is currently being interrogated by the Inquisition that has arrived. He is unable to show up at this time. If he were to leave now, that would bode increased suspicion, and, well, I don't think I need to explain any further how bad that would be upon us. Curious Mind is observing him, and we've also had another discovery that has kept us from being here sooner, and why Curious Mind is not here. We've detected the presence of the worm.
You have? Where?
Yes. In front of the church. We saw it with our own eyes in the Umbra. The Weaver spirit that looms over the church is currently fighting off the worm beneath the soil. For now, they're at a bit of a stalemate.
Are there any Banes there?
No.
Do I hear this?
Well, okay. Yeah.
Well, I'll say, like, not that we know of. I call out in her head.
Curious Mind, and she kind of puts her hand to her temple. Curious Mind is in contact with me currently. She says that there are none at the moment. None to be detected. Wait, what do you say?
Well, what is it then? If it's not Banes, what is it? If it's worth...
There's a worm spirit of some sort, lurking beneath the soil. I saw the Weaver with my own eyes firing upon it, as each time its disgusting tendrils tried to come up, it would zap upon it, and thrust it back onto the ground. Even the soil itself, she lifts up her hand, it stings to the touch. You can smell the sulfur.
Did you try banishing it away?
We didn't have any time, that's when we heard the howl.
I see. Oh well, I've come back with news from the elders. After seeing this book and after hearing my report on descriptions with the inquisitors in question, they have said that without a doubt these are not the inquisitor types that I first feared they might be. If these were inquisitors that were actually knowledgeable about our presence, nor in any way capable of harming us, they would the biggest thing they could do to hurt their own operation would be to announce their presence. They said that the hunters of our kind are infiltrators. They keep to the shadows. They don't let anyone know of their presence any more than we do. And thus these people are clearly, and especially regarding this book, delusional humans with no concern, really. But now that you mention this worm presence, there might be something there. The last time we saw worm presence was in the lake. Maybe it's remnants of that of some sort. Maybe something slithered off and has left something in there that's only manifested now because one thing or another. Well, whatever the case is, has there been any conclusions or any sort when it comes to the Inquisitors? Do you have first-hand knowledge of anything to report about them?
Only one thing has really been speaking to them as of late, and I don't know exactly what has been concluded. Not all the way, though I do know that, as far as their intentions go, he said that they were looking for one of their own that was lost out here.
You mean that corpse you found?
Yes. One thing is going to show them the corpse. That may be just enough to get them out of here. Some sort of deal they worked out.
Very well. I will create an order. This, from here on in, I will take personally charge of seeing what's going down in the church. I will take Dusklight and I will take Red Bitch with me. Dusklight is well versed in banishing minor worm spirits and influences away. I will take them with me and I will get into that damn carriage and into that church if it comes to that. Meanwhile, I am charging you with safeguarding One Fang when he meets with this Inquisitor. I don't want him to get a single hair on his furry cub butt hurt. You're charged from here on in as the Aharon of the pack to see his safety as well as his curious mind. You're going to look after him, and you're going to look over whatever deal he's about to make regarding information with the corpse he found. I don't want him to get any ideas. I don't want One Fang to divulge any sensitive information because of a threat to anybody of his family or loved ones. So
Very well.
I will take charge of the worm situation. You look to the One Fang situation.
Very well. I'll make sure that this is done. However, I doubt that One Fang will ever do anything to compromise us, but I will observe him nonetheless and keep them both safe under my vigil. I would
He's a
also
soft-hearted
advise.
and well-meaning little boy. I can't trust that he would sacrifice those that he loves for the benefit of the greater good. Nor am I saying that's what should be done at the moment. Just I trust your judgment as a veteran much more in this regard. So you look after him. You look after my son-in-law. You hear?
Yeah, she nods to that firmly and says, "Of course." But in the back of her mind, and curious mind feels this now, and perhaps maybe even One Fang, the seething, boiling rage within. How dare you make me watch over people like that? I am not some pup to be watched. I am not something to be ordered around, you incompetent fool! And then you just hear, like, now you see these violent images of, like, a wolf, like, violently, like, ragging its teeth around the neck of another and shaking it around ragdoll style. Like that roils around in her mind, and then you can just feel the flames of that fury. But strangely enough, in a weird fashion, and perhaps even a little disturbing, how easily she just kind of quells it just enough to maintain calmness about her, and she looks towards him. Yes, of course, I will. I will ensure their safety. I would also advise consultating Curious Mind, for she has been in close contact and has been observing the situation closely. She has much information to divulge, and perhaps more by the time we return.
Could be, but she's a pup as well.
She is very much in tune with the spirits. Her advice would still be valuable nonetheless.
Very well. Let's move out.
And with that, she'll transform into a bolt.
Okay. As you bolt, they're walking at a steady pace, but you're clearly like separating from them as you're kind of bolting off. And yeah, as that's going on, as you're running towards them, um, while mm, well, while you're running towards Curious Mind and One Fang, what happens while One Fang is still kind of standing outside the church there? You see that one of the monks. No, not one of the monks. Sorry, the head inquisitor, the high inquisitor himself, Mordecai Kramer, um, uh, steps out from the back door. He steps out from the back door, and he closes the door behind him, and he's kind of rotating his shoulders there a little bit, and he immediately lifts his head and sees Michael still standing there outside the door. And he kind of, it looks like he didn't expect to see you there. He kind of stops and looks at you and says, "You were waiting for me out here?"
You're muted.
There we go. No, I'm waiting for my wife. I would never let her be walk down the street unescorted.
Yes, but you have not given your part of the bargain yet. I'm not giving my chips away just yet. If I let her out, who is to say you won't just neglect to tell me the information you promised?
By my word. We are gentlemen. A gentleman's word should hold. You're not insinuating that you're holding my wife hostage, are you?
I'm not holding her hostage. No, not any of the sort. She's merely waiting for me to finish the interview's last part. I am going to speak with you before I finish up with her.
One Fang just like waits, expecting for him to continue. You can see him slightly clenching his left hand.
Okay. Well, as by the way, curious mind, you don't have to make any rolls. You have that earring. When he says he's not holding her hostage, he's not blah 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 blah. He's lying. He's lying through his teeth. It's all of it's pretty much everything you've heard from his mouth thus far has been nothing but lies. But because of your earring, you're able to tell when someone's lying.
Mm-hmm. I'll let One Fang know that everything he tells you so far is a lie.
Curious why you kind of get an image of One Fang just kind of nodding, as he's obviously afraid to say anything because he's afraid he might say something because he's concentrating.
At that point, when you're just being silent, then Mordecai Kramer starts to walk towards the village, kind of crossing the edge of the back of the church where the door was, and he's kind of walking there, and he's kind of signaling with his hand towards you to follow him without saying anything.
Can I see this head inquisitor now, this Mordecai?
Yeah.
Does he look human?
Yeah, he does. Oh wait, no, you're in the Umbra. You can't see anything.
Hmm?
You're in the Umbra. You can't see anything.
Okay, but I know from One Fang's vision and thoughts that he's now heading towards the street, right?
Yeah, sure. But if somebody was like, let's say, a Fomori who would have a Bane spirit inside them, you don't see a Bane walking in the penumbra.
Exactly. So a Bane should have a reflection here.
No, Bane. No. I just said that if somebody has a Bane spirit housed in them, you don't see a Bane walking around because the Bane is no longer in the penumbra. He's in the physical world, housed inside a human.
Okay.
So the Banes themselves are not reflections. They are spirits themselves, and the only way they can go to the physical world is to either be housed into fetishes or possess someone. When something has like Banes in the penumbra as a reflection of something in the physical world, it's purely as a reflection, as if there's like a massacre happening in the penumbra, it's something that that calls for Banes to come forth, and is like, oh, we are attracted to carnage and evil and all that. It's not that they are causing it or anything like that. So yeah, you don't see anybody walking there. You just know from One Fang's link that he's walking by the. If he's following Mordecai, then he's walking there past the edge.
Well, One Fang turns. He's like, Inquisitor, I am not going to leave my wife here. she should be at least brought to our at least family's house. You could put one of your dog guards on it if that's what you're afraid of.
We haven't gone far yet, young Ulfson, and you already are taking steps back on our deal.
Well, in fact, you have changed the possibility of the job. There was nothing saying that you were going to hold my wife hostage. The changes you've made, I should be able to counter-change. And I'm not asking anything important. Have her with her family? What causes harm is that?
Fine, if that is what needs to be done to convince you. She can always be summoned again if needed be, but fine. He kind of turns around and walks back through the door. And when he walks, after he walks inside, that's the point when Red Claw arrives to the scene. So basically, Red Claw is in the physical realm, and are you wearing your human clothes and all that, or are you planning to stay hidden or something?
Oh no, she's in her human clothes, and she's already walking with the basket with both hands holding it, and she's keeping an eye out for One Fang and Agnes and stuff, making sure that all of them are all right. Which one does she see first?
Well, Curious Mind is in the penumbra, so when you arrive, you only see One Fang in his human form standing there.
Well, I'll approach One Fang. Oh, hello there, Michael. How are you?
As you approach, you notice that his back is like he's standing as tall as he can. His left hand is clenched where it's all white. All the blood is left from his hand. He kind of turns around and, oh, Pietro, good to see you again. I'm just waiting for my wife to be brought out by the Inquisitor, and she's to be brought to my mother's house. Perhaps you would like to have your meeting with her there. I mean, her mother's house, I'm sorry.
Oh, that will be most pleasant. I was eager to learn some new kiln techniques for my pottery.
And after a while, after that, the back door opens, and you see first you see Agnes come out, and then you see Mordecai Kramer come out with two monks beside him, and Agnes looks kind of confused, but she sees you and starts to immediately walk towards Michael.
I hold my arm out for her to hold it, and just kind of pat her hand when she grabs a hold of it and just start walking towards her parents.
Yeah, she holds it. She grabs a hold of it and kind of whispers to you as you start walking, just saying that, "What's going on?"
She's like, "Oh, I have to show the Inquisitor something, and I've talked him into letting you just stay with your parents for now. And Pietra had shown up. She wanted to learn those kiln techniques from you. I figured that would be a good time for you to do it there. Anyways, your mother has a lot more room in the kitchen."
Oh, all right. Sounds fine to me.
She
kind of smiles, but she doesn't look a bit concerned. She looks like you're planning something, and you can't say it out loud, but she looks kind of concerned that, oh, okay, I'm going along with this, expecting that there's plans or something.
Yeah, and then in my head, I curious mind, we're going to be going to my my in-laws, my family's house. Do you remember where that house is?
Yes, of course.
If you want to stay watching us from the Umbra.
Curious Mind, that's what you'll hear in your head too, Curious Mind. You'll hear, Oxspear will be on his way. So will the others. Try to appraise them much upon the situation at hand.
I shall. Should I meet them in the physical world?
Yes. Yes, that would be prudent. No, wait.
No, yeah. I
No,
think she's best to stay hidden.
keep yourself hidden for now. There is no true need for it. I'm sure they'll come here in the Umbra as well.
I'll be close to the house of Pietra's, of Agnes's parents.
So basically, you're not going to stay where you're now. You're going to move.
Yeah, I'm gonna go closer to the house, but still at quite a distance.
Okay. Are you gonna still be like in a tree or something, or
Yeah.
are you gonna? Okay. So,
Does a howl cross the Umbra? So if I howled in the Umbra, that would just be heard in the Umbra.
yeah,
Okay, just making sure. Right.
yeah. So basically, as you start to walk, One Fang starts to walk with Agnes, little distance behind him, like 5 meters or something. Mordecai Kramer, along with two of his uh, brothers in his order, are walking behind them, and you can sense, you don't even have to see his face, you can sense this kind of frustrated, kind of stern, kind of face with him, and this kind of aura with him. The two monks are kind of like neutral again. And Curious Mind has no problem, again, just going down and leaping to another tree and all that stuff, and even though you're in the penumbra, you can't, follow the others walking in the physical realm there. But yeah, uh, as as uh, as One Fang along with Agnes walks, what about Red Claw? Are you walking with them to go into the parents' house, or where?
Yeah, I'll be going with them and following. But as soon as we get to the house, she's going to inform Agnes that she's going to slip out. Wink, wink, nudge, nudge, and she will then go into lupus form and just watch from the forest, all stealthy like, just Metal Gear style, just crawling around if she has to.
In a box.
Yeah.
Yeah, changing camo suits while you're.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Well, at that point, when One Fang and Agnes and Petra all arrive to the house, uh, you see that the Inquisitors kind of stand behind them, and they're kind of like just getting impatient there a bit, and there you are. You walk to the house, and the door doesn't like open expectedly, or something. It's kind of like it feels like there's the people inside are also kind of being tense and stuff. So
I kind of turned to Agnes and turned her to face me, and I gave her a kiss on the cheek and tell her, kind of whispered to her that, well, we're kind of in a rush. Can you tell your cat's climbing in the background? Can you tell your parents that I didn't have time to stop in. I have something to do. And Pietra, have fun creating your new pots or pans or cups that you make. And I hope you do them quickly.
Yeah. As you say all this, Agnes looks at you, and she has this, these kind of loving eyes, and she looks at you with this kind of seriousness, she's not aware of what you plan to do, but still, it's she's aware that she needs to be, she needs to support whatever you're planning and go along with it and all that. And she looks at you with this, serious, intent in her eyes, and she also then breaks a smile and kind of strokes your cheek with a finger real quick and smiles and then turns to go back inside.
I think my eyes linger on her for a couple seconds, and then I turn and face the Inquisitor. It's deep into the woods. Do you want to bring any woodsmen out here? Or do you have an axe with you?
I'm fine as is.
Okay. I kind of nod and say, all right. Well, I need to grab just my woodsman's outfit and my axe at the house, then we can head right out there. It'll be quick.
He's kind of getting.
I know, I can see
he's getting very
pissed.
impatient.
Yeah, dude. His ears are red. He's all fucking.
Yeah.
He's ready to kill me.
But yeah, as everybody's gone indoors, the Inquisitor kind of looks at his two monks and gives them a nod, and the two monks stay outside Agnes's parents' house, and the Inquisitor himself walks with you. The two of you walking towards your house there, and he's just, he still has his hands, kind of crossed there, and he's walking. He's still keeping like a 5-meter distance between the two of you.
When it's just the two of us, I walk as fast as I possibly can. Whereas I'm not running, but I'm walking. I'm taking really long, fast strides. And the one thing that I have is huge fitness, so I just kind of gun it right to the house.
Okay.
Plus to see what he does.
Yeah, well, the distance isn't that long from his parents' house, but still, it's like he's keeping pace. He's not running himself either. But when you start to walk quicker, he also walks quicker behind you. He's not gonna lose you. Meanwhile, as Curious Mind is perched up in the tree there, you notice after a little while that dusk light comes out of the woods in the penumbra, and you see dusk light walking towards the church there, with the laser blasting happening in the churchyard there.
I'll call out to Dusklight.
Okay. As soon as you do, he immediately turns his head and notices you up there in the tree, and he starts to walk towards your direction, kind of looking back at the churchyard, and then kind of running towards you.
I'll also come towards him a bit.
So you meet like at the base of the tree or something?
Yeah. It's good to see you. How are you?
Oh, well, everything seems to be okay except for that little thing there. We missed you in the meeting, but we got all the information we needed really at that point. Oxpear and Red Bitch are talking over strategy about how to infiltrate the church as well as the carriage and not be seen. Me, myself, I've been delegated into this duty, basically the duty that you've been doing thus far, of looking over and maintaining the presence of the worm infestation there, but I believe it didn't look anything major, like there isn't Banes around or anything like became apparent in the meeting we were in, but still it's very much like something I should look into, especially since it looks like it's emanating from the carriage itself, so most likely there's something in the carriage itself and that's trying to get into the church or has already gotten into the church, especially since the trail doesn't really lead anywhere else. It looks like it's working on it in a very clear direction there. It looks like it has purpose of some sort. I also saw some little bit of a slithering and bubbling on the surface of the soil there, but I can't say that I'm personally as familiar with it as perhaps somebody else might be, but I'm well versed enough where I won't have any trouble with it unless something kind of springs out of nowhere and just attacks me right in front of my face or something, or in the back or whatever. Mostly when somebody attacks you in the back, it's mostly in those times it's harder to detect in front time. Did I tell you about that one time when I was actually attacked from behind and it was one of the spirits that actually kind of burst out of one of the trees and said, "Look behind you, you idiot!" And I turned around, and there it was. There was one of those little Bane servants. It wasn't actually a Bane. I haven't actually fought a Bane in the longest time. It was actually one of the Bane's little subservient little creatures there that was just about to spring its talons into my back. But I've got connections in the spirit world, so somebody was looking after my back at that time. Also, I was thinking if that happened here, if that have any reminiscence of this situation here, it could very well be that the whatever was slithering in the soil there could be something that spurs out. I remember when you guys were talking about the experience underwater there, where something came from some sort of a blister or something of that sort. If something were to burst out all of a sudden and turn into some sort of a giant creature, it's something I need to prepare for myself. But he keeps yammering on. That's basically the gist.
I look at him and I nod and and when he
Okay,
starts about the veins popping up, I say, "Yes, best to stay alert. You go and look at the carriage, and I'll keep a lookout from the High Inquisitor that One Fang is speaking to."
Okay, so they're already there. They're already
Great.
speaking.
I head out. Yeah, they are.
Okay, good to know. I'll let Oxpear and the others know if they ask. Okay, well, see you. He kind of turns around and you see him kind of walking towards the direction of the church there, with a little disregard or a little kind of self-awareness or very little. He seems to be pretty relaxed about the whole thing. He doesn't seem to be taking it as seriously as you were, but then again, it's different because it was you've experienced this kind of soil thing, and as well as Red Claw. So for the two of you, there's a little bit of it has a little bit more weight to it because it reminds you of dark times and that sort of thing. But that could also cloud your judgment, perhaps. That's also possible.
I'll keep an eye out on One Fang, or at least try to keep close to him in the Umbra.
Okay. What about Red Claw now that you're inside the house and you can see from the windows that there's two of the monks outside?
I look towards Agnes and I tell her that I'm going to head out and keep tabs on Michael, make sure that he is safe. Would you please cover for me while I am gone?
I'll do my best, but what is it you're planning? Are you planning something drastic?
No, I'm simply making sure that everything will be alright. One Fang is simply going to show him the robes, and afterwards they should be leaving. This group is not the ones that we should be afraid of.
But are they the kinds that we, the regular people, should be afraid of?
No. They follow superstitions and foolish ambitions. They should be gone out of here before long. However, what they bring with them is spiritually disturbing. That is the thing we must take care of.
I see. Well, good luck then.
I'm not going to lie. There might be a battle that might break out, but it will take place in the Umbra. I will do all that I can to ensure that One Fang stays safe and that he will return.
Very well. Best of luck.
Don't worry. Everything will be all right. He has a strong spirit and strong allies. And she says that with a wolfy smile, showing off maybe a fang as she does so, maybe unconsciously, and pats her on the shoulder and slyly makes her way out the back where they're not going to see, and kind of sneak out into the woods where she'll hide away her clothes. And
Okay, for this, I will have you make a stealth roll.
all right.
It is guarded. The building is guarded. They are, however, looking at the front door mostly. They're not like walking around, like
So what dice am I going to be adding with my stealth?
stealth and let's say dexterity.
Dexterity? Cool. All right, so it's going to be 5.
Remember, if you're in your wolf form, was your dexterity increased in your wolf form?
Let me look here.
Yeah, it's a
I
plus
wrote
two.
every
+2 to your dexterity.
plus
Plus
2.
two. Okay.
Well, that's 7 dice instead. So here we go. All right. So which
And-
ones are successes?
Yeah, 6s and 6 or more.
Okay. So that's 3 successes there, but I got also 2 1s, so that cancels 2 of the successes, leaving only 1 success.
Okay, but that's still a success. So you do manage to get out. It's just that you barely managed to get out. It's you once you were getting out, you when you leap out, you see that one of the monks is just about to step over the corner, but turns. He steps over the corner, but his face is not looking at your direction, and it's like you get to hold.
I got something to add to this. Maybe as she's like getting into the woods and stuff and like transforming, maybe her paw just steps on like a twig and it snaps real loud. The monk kind of looks over, but he sees just a bird fluttering instead.
Well, you can do that. Like,
and there's that moment where she looks up, and she's like, oh shit, but she's in her Lupin form, and then she kind of crouches and does that sort of dog-like crouching where she just kind of moseys on by. But then when she's at a far enough distance, she bolts.
okay, you didn't get to use any CQC on the monks or anything like that, but yeah, you bolt, and in the meantime, Curious Mind is in the penumbra still. Was she about to go to the physical world, or what was her plan?
No, she's staying in the penumbra so far as everything seems to be in order. Because if she's all of a sudden shows up, things get strange. So she'll stay close to One Fang, and but ready to jump out of the penumbra when needed.
Okay. Well, John disappeared for a little bit, but in the meanwhile, perhaps then, well, well, I have nothing to add to either of you before I get to John. So.
Oh well.
Yeah. Good times.
Oh, how about that weather
Now-
lately, huh?
Yeah, how about those Star Wars spoilers? No.
I have to say I haven't been spoiled at all. But then
Well,
again,
that's good.
I'm not.
When I went to the theater, the first showing that was before mine, when the people came out, they were constantly blabbering like, "Oh, my favorite thing was this and this and this." I was like, "Ah!" Got to plug my ears, and
Yeah.
it was.
Well, I'm not that huge of a Star Wars fan, so even if I get spoilers, I'm like, yeah, all right, I'll see it someday.
Well, John is back, so enough of that. So, yeah.
Sorry, I hold up the game figures the one time I get up.
Yeah, well, it has to happen sometime, I guess. But for One Fang now, you arrived to your house with Mordecai Kramer on your heels behind you, and you've arrived to the apartment. And are you actually going to take your woodsman clothes and axe and all that stuff, or were you just bluffing? Or
No, I walk up to the door and I open it, and I kind of enter and I say, "Come in, make yourself comfortable. I'll be 2 seconds." And I start taking my coat off as I walk into the bedroom to grab my woodsman clothes.
Okay. As he walks in, he comes in and he closes the door behind him, and as you're in, he kind of looks around the house and kind of, and picks up something like a mug and kind of like turns it in his hands. The human scheming tool is always so intriguing.
One Fang's like, what? I'm sorry, I didn't hear you.
Perhaps I've been lately thinking a lot of different animals in the natural kingdom, and I've been pondering on certain aspects they all have in order to ensure their species survival. Some have wings, others have talons, fangs. We humans, we have a scheming tool. Pretty much ensured our survival thus far.
I think our brains do separate us from the animals. And our use of
much
tools.
more, though. He puts the cup there. It's all the same. Reproduction and consumption in the end.
Without those, he hears the sounds of a banging sound as One Fang puts on his high boots, slamming them on, and comes into the kitchen, putting on his heavy coat. All right, all set. If we make good time, we'll probably be there about 5 hours.
He nods his head for the back door for you to get out from it.
Okay. Right. Michael goes to the back door, and as he does so, he grabs his axe and turns it, just kind of rests it on his shoulder. Not like this, just hangs the axe part on his shoulder, so it hangs.
Okay.
And he starts walking.
Yeah. As you're walking, are you like just sincerely aiming to go the distance, or are you planning on doing something?
No, Michael doesn't lie. I have no problem with showing him where this guy died.
Okay.
So Michael will take him, and Michael also knows that Curious Mind is in contact with him, so he kind of feels like he has the advantage. Plus, as far as Michael's concerned, the guy didn't blow up when he entered his house that's warded from evil, so he's assuming he's just a normal human. What's he gonna do to me?
Wait, what did you say about your house?
Huh?
What did you say about your house?
The house was warded. Curious Mind warded the house, right? She put the runes all over it.
Yeah, but the runes were...
Yeah, those were removed. Like, they were hidden.
No, they were hidden, not removed.
Yeah, but...
Right.
Yeah, but those... wait, the effect of those runes... I don't think there was really... I think it was kind of just kind of general Curious Mind being Curious Mind kind of stuff. I don't think it was like a legit ritual of if evil steps here, they will explode.
Well, no, I mean, not that Michael thought that they would explode, but in Michael's mind, regardless of what he did, he assumed that there would be some sort of warning or something. Maybe lights would flicker if he came in the house, or maybe he'd be like, "Oh, this feels weird." But because Michael, he has no idea what Curious Mind did. I have no occult or anything like that. So
yeah,
all she said was the house
just
was
making sure that it was.
No. Game mechanically, this is just Michael's opinion. He thinks that something should have happened because Curious Mind said the house was warded. That's what she did. So.
Okay. I do want to make sure. Does Curious Mind? I can't remember which rituals you have. Do you have a ritual which has that effect?
Well, I have several. So,
Because I can't for the life of me remember if, because the way I remembered, you were kind of like doodling around while you were kind of, being in the zone, uh, in regards to all sorts of meditative and spiritual stuff and all that, and not like
Yeah,
activating a
yeah. I would
ritual.
say there was nothing really happened. I'm like I said, this is just Michael's opinion. It has nothing. Game.
Okay, okay.
I don't think Curious Mind. You're right. I think Curious Mind was just putting symbols of protection around it. Like I don't
Yeah,
think she cast spells or anything
yeah.
like
It's
that.
been such a
Sorry,
long
I didn't mean
time
to
since that
confuse you. I
happened. I
just
just wanted to make sure.
yeah, I was going from Michael's point of view. He assumes that she doesn't, that the guy should have burst into flames.
Okay.
well, I mean, it's not an official ritual, so it's probably not as powerful as that. But I mean, Curious Mind does have a high ritual score and that sort of stuff. So she probably knows stuff about protective runes and that sort of stuff.
Yeah, well, honestly, it doesn't really kind of work that way.
No,
It's
no.
you know, uh, well, I don't want to go into a tangent about explaining about all of the stuff, so that the game
Well,
would.
she might not have been able to complete it either by the time I came out and was like, "What are you doing?" Remember? So maybe it was never completed,
Exactly.
and then we were more worried about covering it up. So yeah, but yeah, this is just Michael thinks that
Yeah. Okay.
in
Good.
his in his innocent, naive self, not knowing.
Okay. So, while you're walking in the woods, Red Claw has by this time located you. She has gotten your scent and has found where you basically are, with her crawling there and going from tree to tree and doing all this sneaking stuff. She has, without any trouble, knowing where you were going to leave and to which direction, she quickly finds you and manages to stay out of sight and all of this stuff. As you're walking there, Wanfang, as you walk past, like far enough to the woods where the town disappears from sight, you start to arrive to that location in the at the shore of the lake where you did spend that night with Agnes when your child was conceived and all that. And at that point, you see that Mordecai Kramer stops.
Sorry, can I just interrupt? We're taking him to where the red cloak is buried, right?
Yeah,
And that's a considerable distance away, right?
yeah.
Okay. Well, then, Curious Mind will offer through her mental link that she might wish to travel ahead and prepare a cleansing ritual there, so that once they're entered there, that she can cast this ritual or activate the ritual when they're inside of it.
Well, at the point when you say that, that's when Wanfang notices that Mordecai Kramer has stopped.
Uh-huh.
So, so if he wishes to answer, he already knows that he already can see that he has stopped there. So,
Yes, I guess I turn on the Inquisitor and say, is there something wrong?
you see that he has stopped there, and he kind of looks down to the ground, and he squats down. He squats down and not having his knees scrape the ground or anything, but squatting there. He kind of resting his arms on his thighs there. He looks down, and he clearly looks inquisitively at the ground and kind of runs his fingertips a little bit on top of it, and says, "This is where I asked you to meet me."
Michael, I walk towards him and stand maybe about maybe a foot and a half away from him, not like crowding him, but and I kind of look up, taking a deep breath, kind of look out over the water, and say, it's like, this is a nice spot. It's like my wife and I used to come here, have picnics, spend time together.
He
It's
kind of
like you should
turns
see the
his
water at sunset.
Yeah, he kind of turns his head towards the lake as well. There's the two of you standing there with both of you looking towards the lake there with the sun there in the distance, and all sorts of memories kind of flooding your way here with this location and all that. And he kind of squats there and he says, it's interesting in my mind that you amongst all the others are on the way of spreading your family line further down, multiplying, consuming and multiplying, consuming and multiplying. Well, it doesn't say
Yeah.
I understand that on your spare time, besides your scribe occupation, you also do the nature tracking, bit of natural sciences bent in you.
I kind of like say I do when I reach into my pocket and kind of squat down where he is, so I'm just across from him. And I kind of open up a book where it's one of the books that I've written down a lot of the nature stuff I come across, pictures of squirrels or flowers or things that I don't know. I have an interest in the natural world.
As do I. That is kind of why I brought up back in the cabin. I have a particular interest in parasitic life forms. In here, you can see the common cuckoo birds laying their eggs in other bird species nests, and when the chick hatches, it kicks the other eggs to their deaths in order to ensure its own survival at the cost of others. And I look at wasps, very interesting species. Wasps sticking their larva eggs inside little thick, fat caterpillars so that their larvae, when they hatch, devour it all the way from the inside, callously indifferent to the suffering of others, in order to ensure their own survival. Consumption and reproduction. And the world keeps on going. Looking at mankind, us being elevated above animals, it still perplexes me that our tools, being in many regards so similar, our ways serving in the ends our selfish needs of reproducing, of consuming and reproducing to bring our own family lines further down. In this gladiator war we see around us. Everything killing one another for their own survival, and not just their survival of their young, so that they can kill to ensure their young's survival, so that they can continue on the same gladiator war of all living beings. And us, with our tools, our talents, our fangs, our wings, our scheming tool. We wrecked these, even the small community that you live in with these scum. You wrecked these buildings out of the natural world. So if you've been around the world, you've seen what kind of anthills were able to build up from the ground up. How much do you reckon a small community such as this needs to burn down the wilderness, the woods, in order to make fertile land for crops?
It would vary, though we are farmers here. We're fishermen.
It would vary indeed. You've been to France, you've been to England, I presume, as well. You've been to many corners of the earth. Have you been to Rome?
We were there once. Massive cities.
Massive cities. Go into high enough of a tower you can see truly for what anthill it really is underneath. When I come to places like this little town, like I said earlier about extracting information or getting financial benefits out of this, these are all conveniences in many ways. If you look around us, simple life holds very little value other than ensure its own survival. This town is a bedrock for further development of mankind. If you go into the larger cities, you can already see the countryside, the forests, and the game that's been hunted into distinction around it. How long do you think before these communities get bigger and bigger and bigger, and when humanity finds ways to make sure that their precious infants don't perish as often as they do due to circumstantial reasons? How much do you think they'll need to consume then? How much do you think you will need to be fishing out of these waters, not just to sustain yourselves, but to sustain the towns surrounding Lund and sustaining Lund itself, sustaining the cities Lund does trade with? How long do you think these waters will sustain that? How much do you think these waters and its inhabitants will suffer? These woods, one might still find solace and peace within them as long as they're still around. More the communities grow, more there are people, more there is reproduction and consumption, the more the natural world will bend and break underneath our feet as elevated creatures as we like to think ourselves to be. How long do you think that'll last?
Well, I would assume that it's enough to go around forever. Man is destructive in itself.
Yes. I would think so too. I would like to think so too. I would like to believe that. But as a fellow man who's been around the world, I take you for a more sophisticated and intelligent man that you now portray yourself as with this naivete of enough for everyone to go around. This whole practice that we're doing here, this whole practice out here is is a funny joke actually. It's we're looking at the innocence that you portrayed on right now in front of me. If everything will, there will be enough to go around for everyone. But when you look around the world, when you look around this little community, sustaining this little community is one thing, but that is not the end game. I do not know if you recognize the full repercussions of what a parasitic life form does to its host.
I understand the concept. The way you speak, you sound less like a religious man, more of a man who stands for nature itself.
You could say that.
So you were not actually part of the church?
I didn't say that.
So what authority do you actually have to order people around to do what you want? To take money from them, from their hard-working hands?
Because I can. Look at the subjectability of these poor sods around you, these scum around the cities and around your little petty town. How easily they subjugate themselves merely because I hold a piece of parchment in my hand and an official-looking uniform. This is rather pathetic. It's a betrayal of our scheming tool, of our intellect, of our wit. I look around me and I see where this is heading. I've seen it elsewhere and I see where this is heading here as well. I have seen the future in the present, and I see these lakes being completely devoid of life. I see these forests be completely burned down for fertile land.
When he says that, Michael kind of looks off, remembering the images of the burning forests and the fires and everything. Then he kind of looks back, like shaking his head a little bit. He's like, I'm not going to deny that there's a chance that man will ruin and destroy everything. But there will always be people who stand against that type of destructive progress. Hell, man itself fights against itself whenever it can.
Yes, over principles like this, not principles of its own actual interest. Nationalism, religion, other such petty subjects are the subject of war and of carnage, of humans devouring each other and causing endless pain and misery around this world. They will not stop until this world is completely depleted, the same way as a parasite is to a host. This scum is of no worth.
So you wish to destroy all of all humanity. So you would kill us all to save the earth? Is that your thinking?
What I wanted from you, the information I was asking of you about that brother of the cloth of mine, was because he was sent here on a mission by me. He was sent here on a task based on your uncle's writings. I sent him here to investigate these areas, but he didn't complete his mission. His life was extinguished before it could be done. Someone took his life from him, and with it, it's his mission. And then someone, in a confused and in a blinded haze, took up his mantle and his post and attempted to fulfill his task and failed at it. And yet, I saw a glimpse. I saw a glimpse of someone picking his mantle up, and I saw 3 faces, of one of which was yours. And I am here to ask you about that cloaked man because I want to know how many packs are guarding your garden. What is the strength of your elders there, and what is its defenses so that I can come in there and burn it down to the ground? And Redclaw hears this as well.
As he's saying that, Michael starts like taking a step back, and in his head he's like, "Curious, my Redclaw, there's something really wrong with this guy." And I begin to back away. And he's like, "I don't know what you're talking about, Inquisitor."
You don't know what I'm talking about, do you?
How could you know your member died? Are you a demon? Are you a witch? And then I kind of grab my axe and kind of hold it out. And then in my head, I'm like, I need help.
At this point, Redclaw notices, because he's in the physical world, that you hear crackling of twigs, and when you look around you, you see these cloaked monks.
Oh, fuck.
And you can make out very quickly that throughout this time you've been slowly surrounded by the 14 monks.
Have they spotted me?
You don't know if they have. They seem to be slowly walking towards the center, and yeah. And you see that they're all clutching their crucifixes with both hands. They're kind of walking in this kind of sardonic, kind of soulless kind of everybody walking in the same motion.
After she's been listening to all this the entire time, and something's been clicking with her while she's been listening, because something's reminiscent of it. She's heard this before, this talk of humans and parasites and them bringing about destruction, and her mind reels back to that pit where that bastard good love was just pouring all that love upon her, and she feels her skin crawling and tingling. She feels all of that, and even in her lupin state, her paws begin to dig into the ground as if she is in pain, and she begins to tense up. The hair on her back and neck just begins to stand like that of a cat. She just feels that static of building emotion roiling up from within. And she just crouches there, her eyes wide, just filling with blood and rage. She says nothing for the time being, but she listens even further, and then hearing the monks behind, she thinks to herself, are these kinfolk? Are these... No, these couldn't be another tribe, could it? She waits.
Okay. Curious Mind doesn't see any of this happening in the penumbra, and nobody has relayed this information other than One Fang saying that this guy is dangerous or something. And while you've been there, all you've really seen has been you've seen Dusklight gather all sorts of herbs and sticks and twigs and all that, and making kind of a ritualistic, dance and waving and kind of, kind of with all sorts of spores and such that fly off of those little flowers and twigs and stuff that he has on the soil in front of him, but it doesn't look like he's in any kind of real danger. Like nothing seems to try and attack him or anything, or nothing seems to react to his rituals. It seems like he's just taking his sweet time.
All right. I ask both Red Claw and One Fang, what's going on? Are we fighting?
You see an image of like the High Inquisitor being ripped apart into little pieces.
We already won?
No.
You'll hear Red Claw. She'll say, "Stay calm, One Fang. Try to pry some information out of him. See if he's kinfolk. There's no way he could have known about this otherwise."
You get a quick kind of a okay. And
Actually, I'll add a little more. While she says all that, you feel emotion building up, and perhaps even seeing flashes of like a dark pit, this orange mustard-like gas.
It's starting to kind of go beyond the limits of conventional stuff. So I'll need you to do a charisma plus expression roll for that, in order for you to be able to clearly express and through emotion relayed telepathically, you know.
Okay, what was it again? Charisma
and expression.
Gotcha. See if I get any in that. Nope, I got it. Okay, so it's just my normal 3.
You don't have any expression?
No, I have nothing in expression.
Well, then the difficulty is 9.
Gotcha.
9.
Oh, nope, no successes.
Okay. Well, you don't manage to express your stuff so subtly. It's kind of like if you want to tell him something, you have to tell him something. Kind of.
Okay, I didn't know that's how it worked. I was just assuming that maybe perhaps it was.
No, it's just that there's a tense situation going on with him, and there's people that you've noticed that are surrounding you, and that sort of thing. That's something that you would have to like really concentrate and get across well. And
yeah, that's true. Anyways, well, that's just what you hear. One thing out of Red Claw.
Yeah. Well, you don't really. I mean, he doesn't respond because once again he's concentrating on the guy in front of him. But you kind of hear in the back, like you could tell the rage that he's feeling is probably because he was, oddly enough, what you were sending him, he had in his mind that when he rescued you, he remembers what that was all about, and that's what he's thinking about too at the same time, which is why he wants to rip the guy apart, as he would have been the one who sent them there. But One Fang turns to the Inquisitor and he's like, "What tribe are you part of? Who do you serve?" And slowly, One Fang begins to unbutton his coat.
That's funny you jumped to that conclusion so quickly. See, I told you you were not as naive as you let on. And at that point, you also see the monks approaching, encircling you, and all of them are clutching to their crucifixes. And Mordecai Kramer says, as he's kind of bending his his neck backwards, he says, "Where are your 2 friends?"
2 friends? Don't you mean the hundreds of friends?
If you wish to die alone, I will gladly bestow that honor upon you, though it will be anything but glorious.
With that, One Fang drops the axe and just begins to laugh. And as he does, he begins to transform, ripping through his clothes.
Okay. As that happens, he says, "Yes, Tell me your name. Tell me your name. Michael is nothing but an effigy. Tell me your name.
Oh, well, you know what? As he's doing, he kind of screams out. He's like, and kind of, the voice is getting deeper as he's growing. He's like, I am one Fang, fill the docks of the war hearts.
As you do that, you can see a large grin get on his face, and you see that large grin on his face with serrated teeth that are mangled into all directions. And he says, "One Fang." He grabs his chain and he lifts the chain from under his coat, from which you can see torn off wolf ears being pierced through the chain, and once it comes all the way through, there's a giant crucifix with that orange ball on the center, and he releases his hands and it falls on its own weight on his neck, and as it does, the crucifix bits break off around the ball, leaving only the ball that all of a sudden like lets off this mist-like flame. And as he drops it, he says, "I am the dragon's bastard. I am human smoke." And his cloaks start to tear off, as you can see this bulging everywhere, this as he transforms extremely violently. You have always witnessed transformations as these kind of smooth growths and stuff. He bends and breaks. You see his wrists break, his fingers twist into longer, extending fingers, and his skin starts to turn gray. His eyes, when he closes his eyes and opens them again, they're completely orange with that reptilian slit in the middle of it. You see that his mouth, as it goes to a grin, it goes to a wider and wider grin. His ears start to get pointy. His nose starts to bend forward. He starts to gain height. His skin starts to look almost like kind of like a toad's skin looks like, but gray. This kind of bubbly thing that looks really thick as well as really loose. The skin looks very loose and hanging there. His muzzle starts to like break through, like you hear a crunching bone. You see orange drool coming from the sides of his mouth. You see the grass underneath his toes wither and die as his toes expand, and as he gets to the same height as you notice that he has a little bit of black hair sticking here and there that's greasy and filled with all sorts of slime and grease and all that, and he starts to get a little contorted, and he looks kind of like a mixture of Jeff Goldblum in The Fly in his final forms and the bat form from Bram Stoker's Dracula. This kind of just turning into this monstrous creature that looks like a werewolf, but a werewolf that's not a werewolf doesn't make sense. If it's a werewolf that's serving the worm, it's a contradiction. It's like a BuzzFeed journalist. That's a contradiction. That's kind of a thing. It's like that thing shouldn't exist. It's a perverse joke, basically, that you're seeing before your eyes. This creature that kind of, like, as its arms crackle, it kind of whips its arms to the sides, and they kind of let out this crackling of all the joints, and his neck, and he makes this wide grin with this huge mouth with these very needle-like teeth that are pointing into all directions, very, very chaotically, and there he stands in this he looks like a fucking demon. He's pretty much, the idea of a demon comes quicker into your mind than the idea of a worm serving werewolf or something, and
when Red Claw sees this happening, this transformation, she suddenly begins to bolt. In her mind, it's go time, and so she
okay.
she busts right through the right through the underbrush, running as fast as she will leap into the air. And as she does, I will spend a rage point to go directly into Krino's form and just do like a tackle on its back.
Okay.
Of course, I'll just wait. I'll stop there with the.
Yeah, Curious Mind is just, spending time there. Nobody's bothering to inform her what's going on.
Well, actually, the fact that, do I know that he says, like, I'm one fang and that sort of stuff?
Well, I did say, I said help. I said this guy's dangerous, and I did say help, which, I wasn't pretending, so they both would have heard me say that, which I don't think I've ever said I need help. That should kind of have that kind of scaredness to it. So I don't know if when I did the one fang thing, I would probably put that in my mind. I mean, you would have heard it. I was trying to really push it out there. So.
Well, then I'll spend a Gnosis point to appear from out of the Umbra.
Okay. You're still, a bit close to the human population there in the top of the tree. If you open it there, there's all these Tesla coils and stuff, right in plain view there.
Well, yeah. Then, in my opinion, I've kind of kept pace with them. So I'm not,
okay. I thought you were kind of almost like a guard post there.
No. So I do keep relatively close to them, not as directly in that space. So I'm a bit out, but not like at the village.
Okay. Well, in that case, you're free to join the scene as well. And as you leap down, it's like Red Claw is kind of like in the air at this point when you drop down, and one fang is there in front of him. What you basically see is, like I described, it's basically something that you've never heard of before, that you've never seen before, that should by all means not exist. Werewolves Guru are the children of Gaia, and to have something like this is, like I said, a contradiction. It doesn't make sense for a werewolf to have this kind of a worm taint to them. But he reeks of that sulfuric smell, and he just, it's just, crazy the amount of this kind of, you don't have sense worm, but after this session you will. It's that kind of thing. It feels like Satan trying to crawl through your nostrils and kind of pick your brain apart. That type of horrible stench.
I'll howl out to Oxspear and the others that we found the Bane Spirit.
Okay. As you do that, I will have everyone at this point roll initiative. Roll a single die and add to that single die the amount that you have when you combine your wits and dexterity.
Okay. I have a 12.
I have a 15.
Whoa.
And what about John? What did you have?
12.
Don't forget that your dexterity is higher if you're in a different form.
Oh yeah, what form am I in?
I'm assuming Krinos.
Transformed into your Krinos form.
I didn't know if I had time, because I wasn't using rage or anything.
Yeah, you stood there when he turned, you would have the time to turn as well.
Yeah, so your dexterity is one higher.
Oh,
So
am I
13.
counted as being in Krinos?
Yeah.
Okay, all right, I didn't know that part. All right, cool. So in that case, that's 13 I have.
Hey, we both got 13.
Okay.
Yay.
Okay, in that case, in this fight, the way it works in White Wolf is that everybody basically acts at the same time, but because there's the ranking of the of the initiative, everybody declares their actions, and they go from the last to the first. And once everyone's kind of said what they're going to do, then the guy who has the highest initiative acts first, then the second, and then so forth. So, what are Phil already described what she's attempting, leaping on, grabbing onto its back. That's what you were about.
Mhm.
This creature's bigger than our Krynos forms, right?
No, it's the same size.
But it's wider, like, probably? Bloated, or...
No, not really. It's actually a lot scrawnier. It's actually a lot skinnier. It's kind of like it's not flimsy or anything, but it has that kind of Gollum-like there's kind of, you can see
sickly,
spine and ribs, and
I have a visual in my head that I want to express. It could like this reminds me of the Violator from Spawn.
Yeah, that's actually that's very good, but not perhaps the face, but the body.
Oh yeah, like the body, like the stringy. Yeah. That's what I was thinking of.
Yeah, that's a good.
Right.
I didn't even think of it.
Yeah. So seeing Red Claw leaping at him, I just kind of like bow down and just charge forward, running forward to just claw into his chest, just to slam into him, so that when we kind of hit together, trying to Malachi crunch him.
Tag team.
Yeah. And what about Curious Mind?
Am I later than the other guy is?
No, you're before them. It's from last to first.
Oh, so the Spiral Dancer is first.
Yeah.
God dang it! What about the priest?
Spiral Dancer?
Yeah, Spirit of the Fray is a good gift to have.
What about the priest?
The priests are only surrounding you. They're not charging or anything.
They're just standing there?
Yeah.
Damn it! Should I kill them?
Kill everybody. Like gods.
They're enough of a distance away. They're enough of a distance away where they're basically like providing like an arena for you with their standing there and circling you, but they're not close enough where they will in any way get involved unless you make them get involved by attacking them or something. At least that's what it looks like.
Okay. First off, I want to check if they're not like casting any spell or something, or
No,
or preparing something.
they're just grabbing onto the crucifixes that they have.
Okay. Then well, seeing as I'm a distance away, I'll run towards the arena, and more or less using hair leap, I'll jump into it as well to get within enough reach of them so I can attack them the next round.
Oh, okay, yeah. So you're going to attack the monks that are surrounding.
No, not the monks. I'm just gonna run up to the arena and kind of jump over the monks using hair leap and kind of land in the arena so that I'm close enough, because I'm assuming that I'm too far away to actually attack the Black Spiral Dancer immediately.
Oh, yeah. Okay. I thought you were close enough. Okay. I thought you were enclosed inside that circle of.
No. In my opinion, I was leaning back quite considerably to.
Okay. Well, okay. In that case, your turn will be spent in you getting to the distance.
Yeah, exactly.
Okay. And then it's the turn of this Black Spiral Dancer named Human Smoke, which is what Curious Mind was warned about. Her family's lands being choked to death by human smoke. It's now here.
Shit.
It's on.
Yeah, and it's also it also appears to be the person whose pendant Pure Love got his hands on and was kind of brainwashed into getting up and getting the Red Talon War going, and also capturing Red Claw, and amongst other things. And now, with coming to One Fang's town to persecute his fellow citizens there, and also having his uncle be his sycophant. Yeah, everybody has plenty of reasons to attack this guy. But yeah, yeah, you killed Pure Love. That's what you wrote there. He was the abomination coming out of the lake that you killed. So yeah, now it's the turn of Human Smoke. Him acting first, he spends 4 rage points, meaning that after everyone's done their turn, he still has 4 extra actions. So okay, his first action is towards Red Claw. He turns his face towards Red Claw. As Red Claw is leaping through the air, just having kind of turned into your Krynos form, and you're leaping on to sink your claws into his looking like pus-filled, kind of disgusting, kind of loose skin bits hanging here and there, like the fly or something of that sort. It looks something that where you feel like if it burned when you grab the clay, it's gonna burn bad when you sink your claws into this guy. But he turns towards you, and with his eyes getting wide with the orange glare, you also see that the necklace gets a larger orange glare, and you see his already thick neck bulging into this wider than his own head, this wide thing, almost like some sort of a toad. And at that point, it all squeezes out and out of his mouth like a dragon's breath weapon. This orange burning mist, concentrated, flies straight at Red Claw. Right as you're leaping towards him, it comes towards you. Now, how dodge? It's only you can only avoid it through dodging, unless you want to take the brunt of it and just still do your action like you originally intended. Dodging works 2 ways in this. You can either exchange what you attempted to do on your turn for a dodge roll, or you can split your actions where you will split your dice pool and take a immense difficulty increase, and half of it will be spent on the dodging and half on the original attacking you were aiming to do at first.
I do have something I want to point out real quick, or just rather a suggestion. This just came to me. I thought this would be really cool to try. Do I see my reflection in those large eyes of his, or
Well, that it's such a small target that you could say that you would see that, but yeah, it's a long shot. I will have to make you would have to make a very high difficulty roll if you're planning on opening a gate.
Yeah, like the idea is that like she sees this like, oh crap, and then like thinking back, just to seeing all of them use it. She wants to go into the spirit to dodge it, and then appear again and then attack him.
Yeah, but see, that's the thing. You've already declared your action to be attack against him, and only with dodge you can exchange your action for a dodge action, or do that split thing. You can't on the fly change the actual action that you're planning to do.
In that case, she's going to take the full brunt.
Okay.
She's going full forward this time.
Okay. Well, in that case, you can write down that you gained 2 points of unsoakable aggravated damage from that. So basically, after all this time, you feel the familiar agony of feeling the same concentrated fog that Pure Love was somehow able to conjure through ritual out of this cauldron that he kept on top of the grid that was on top of the pit where you were kept as a prisoner of war, where this would constantly pour onto you. This being a highly concentrated stream of it coming straight at your face, it's like bear spray times 100. extremely irritant. It digs in through your eyes, through your nose, through your mouth. It burns the inside of your mouth and lips and gums and inside your nose and everything between. And you're not blinded by it, but it feels like your eyes are about to get really puffy really soon. And then it's a Curious Mind's turn, and your turn was to get near everyone.
Yeah.
As you get close enough, as you leap over the circled monks, you see that as you land and you're about to still run closer to reach your goal, you see that once you're inside that circle, you see that all the monks at the same time grip their crucifixes, and all of a sudden they look more like sword handles, because out of the crucifixes with the orange orb in the middle, a orange, more flame than perhaps steam or vapor looking, this kind of orange glowing longsword blade kind of protrudes out of the crucifixes that they're holding with two arms, and all of a sudden you see that all the crimson red cloaked monks around you are also holding flame swords with two arms around you there. And you're all enclosed inside this circle. And you're close enough where on the next turn you're viable to attack.
Wait, just so I'm clear on the rules of initiative, because this is somewhat different than I'm used to. Shouldn't I have known that they were going to do that if my initiative was higher than theirs?
Well, I didn't really consider that to be like an action. That it was kind of like if they would have rifles and they would have taken the safety off, kind of thing. Okay. I didn't consider it to be that much of a move, really, because they're not really doing anything. They already had their crucifixes out when they were with that.
Fair
enough. And having to do with that, even if you would have known about, yeah, sure. Okay, I kind of fucked up with that.
No, that's okay. Just so I'm getting the vibe of it, because I like the way you're doing it. So it's interesting.
Okay, and then it's either Phil or John. You two can decide which one of you is first, or you can roll to see which one of you is first, because you both got 13 on your initiative.
Yeah, Red Claw's the warrior. Should go first.
Okay.
Okay.
So Red Claw was about to attack, sink her claws into Human Smoke's flesh right there in front of him. Okay. In that case, you will do a dexterity plus brawl roll to see if you hit him.
All right. Here we go. I'm gonna roll.
And 6 or above.
I have 5 successes.
Okay, you hit him. So in that case, roll strength to see how much you do damage.
Gotcha. And it's the same thing, 6 and up?
Yeah.
Okay. That's 4 successes for that part.
Okay, and he tries to soak it because he has a skin that allows him to be a really good soaker. And he has 1, 2, 3, 4, and 1 explodes. And it turns into a 1, so it cancels one of them. So 3 successes. You had 4, right?
Yep.
Okay, so he takes 1 damage. Okay, so then it's as you leaped onto him.
Oh yeah, it's like when she leaps out and stuff. That orange haze into her face. And then her mind just reels back to that moment. These images flashing through her mind like lightning, like in some sort of disco rave party. Just and then the nerve, everything is just firing off in her head, and the adrenaline's running. Then she just goes into this rage, piling through, letting the pain fuel her fury as she comes in. And each claw, boom, right on one shoulder, boom, right on the other. Then her mouth bites right into that flesh, but she feels that pain, that disgusting filth, that rot, bleeding right back into her as well as she makes sure to hold him down and
All
claw into
right.
his flesh.
Yeah. Okay. In that case, now that it's One Fang's turn, Red Claw is indeed just latched on to him, and they're face to face there with her basically being attached to him. With claws sunk into his flesh. Now his side is pointing at your direction at this point, One Fang, and you said that you were going to rush forward to attack him. Are you planning on like tackling him, or are you planning on using like a strike or what?
I was gonna I was gonna run forward and just kind of like double slam my razor claws into him, since I have
Okay.
that.
Okay.
That lets me do aggravated damage. So.
Werewolf claws do aggravated damage already, so
Yeah, but Razor
I think
Claws
Razor
have one.
Claws just gave you like a plus die or +1 or something like that, if I remember correctly.
Oh, I thought it was only the bite that did aggravated damage. That's why.
No,
way,
it's
I'll take one more die.
claws and teeth do aggravated damage. It's just that other werewolves can soak aggravated damage that's done through claws and teeth. It's only silver that they can't soak, but with like aggravated damage for a werewolf, unless it's from silver, it's not that meaningful.
Okay. Is it strength and brawl? Is that what we use to hit, or?
It's dexterity plus brawl, and then if you succeed in that, then it's strength only.
So 3 successes.
Okay, you hit him successfully. Then it's time for strength.
That's still 6 and higher, right?
Yeah.
Explosion. Explosion.
Damn.
Eight. That's wow, that's 8. 8.
Nice.
8 successes. Yeah, because of
What the hell?
all the explosions.
Well, he's soaking that. Oh, gee. 1, 2, 3,
I imagine he's
4.
rocking back from Red Claw and like
4. So
right
he
there.
takes 4. God. That was Christ.
That was the luckiest. I mean, I
Yeah,
have
that was-
8 dice, but it was the crits. I just kept critting.
Yeah. Oh man. Huh. Well, you pretty much you heard it pretty
just give
successfully.
my heal
I
ability.
must say, it's all the emotion must be in it for sure when you go and strike at him, and as you do strike at him, like you said, like you're slashing at him when you run towards him. He gets really badly lacerated on the sides when you swipe at him, and there's grunts of pain, but the grunts also kind of going to these guttural laughs as he's kind of like flexing his face and biting his teeth, but there's still like these he's still kind of having a good time or something of that sort. And now it's time for his extra actions. Now that the round of actions have gone by, and there were 4. First extra action he's using is to activate Silver Claws, which means that in front of your faces you can see that his claws, these long talons, get coated with bright shimmering silver that you can see that hurt him. His hands are shaking when it happens, and the skin around them immediately becomes irritated and red, bright red, and he again bites his teeth together, but he activates them, and then on the second turn he is going to strike at Phil, who's there attached to him. So first his dexterity plus brawl. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 minus 1, but I want to explode, so 5, and another botch, so 4. Okay, 4, and then he does his strength roll, and that's 1, 2, and one of them is exploding. And another exploding, so that's already 3, and that's nothing. So three levels of damage from that one. He basically, as soon as he kind of put his arms to the side and extended like his fingers when those silvers coated them, and he was like in pain. But while Phil is on his on the front of him, he kind of like stabs him through the ribs with the silver claws, and silver is, like I said, aggravated damage that you can't soak against. And he sinks his claws into your side, and that did that 3 damage that I mentioned earlier, meaning that you already have 5 levels of damage on you. And then he spends his third extra action, and that extra action is spent on an exactly same move, but with the other hand. And poor Phil, Redclaw is going to receive the brunt of it. 1 botch there, another botch there. So that's 5, but 3 of them are 10s. So 6, nothing. So 6. So he hits, and with hitting, let's see how much he does damage. That's 1, 2 levels. So from one hand coming to the other side, and from the other to the other side, and you feel from both of your sides, you feel these silver claws, silver feeling like absolute agony, like it feeling like it absolutely like burns in your, like, all the senses you have attached to your brain.
So I have a good description for this part. Like so when he stabs into her ribs on each side, and she's like buried deep upon him. But when that happens, like, you see her eyes sort of bulge and water with a mixture of blood, and then you hear her as she has her mouth over top of that wound of his. We just see blood pouring out of her mouth right on top of his wound, and their blood's just mixing as it's obvious pain roiling through her entire body, and her body just kind of quivers and quakes. There's a bit of a whimper in there as well, as the breathing is heavy, and because now there is silver in her lungs as well, and so now everything burns just like it did back then. But this time she feels her life being sucked from her, and that frightens her ever so.
Yeah, and definitely, since he first did the was it 2 damage, then 3 damage, and now another 2 damage, you have 7 health levels. So this pretty much means you're incapacitated at this point. So in front of all your eyes.
So as that happens, she just kind of like collapses onto the ground.
Yeah, that's pretty much what everyone sees as this brave attempt from your warrior friend leaps forward and gets a face full of this horrible mist, and still fights through it and doesn't let it bother her, still clinches her claws into the flesh of this unholy creature, and gets 2 stabs into both of her lungs from these silver-coated talons. Her grip finally lets off, and she falls limp into the ground with this blood gargling sound coming from her mouth as she falls.
I do have one thing I want to do. Like, as she's falling to the ground, I want her to communicate one final message to the rest of them. And she will say as she falls, "Run!" And she just
Yes,
collapses to the ground.
you're telling your comrades to do what Oxspear did to you, abandon you and run for their own skin. And you're so constantly concentratingly hating Oxspear for everything he is and everything he's done, and now you find yourself in a similar situation, but wanting to be some sort of a martyr. Pitiful for offender. But still, he still has one extra action left, and he's going to do it by, after incapacitating the Aharon of the group, attack the next most dangerous, the Philodox of the group. And as Red Claw's body falls, not dead, not dead, incapacitated, completely just taken so much of a beating that she can't go on. And with aggravated damage, it takes an hour for one health level to heal up. So basically, as he like takes away his fingers from inside her chest cavity, she falls down to the ground, saying this message to you in the telepathic manner. He immediately, almost like some sort of a screw that's wound up, he kind of spins in this half pirouette with his claws in the air, and they go to attempt to lacerate at One Fang, and he makes the attempt to hit him. 1, 2, that's a botch. 3, one of them is a 10. Another 10. So 4 successes in attempting to hit him, and then it's the damage. Oh, that's a lot of botches. Another botch. Only 1 success. So he swipes, but since they're silver coated, it's damage you can't soak against. He's still like just in this kind of an unthought out kind of twirl. He kind of whips his arms and only hits One Fang mildly with one of the claws, just this kind of one claw from the middle finger, just scraping this vertical slice from shoulder to shoulder. This kind of, and it hurts like hell. The silver hurts incredibly. It's the numbness that One Fang has felt towards pain in his lifetime, especially as a werewolf, has been consistent up to this point. This is his first experience with getting harmed with silver, and it hurts just as much as any extreme pain as a kid, like being burned as a kid when you grabbed your mother's pendant and it burned your hand. The memory of that pain has never been duplicated because you've been so numbed to pain, but this time it kind of reminds you being harmed with silver. And then its turn. If you want to add something to that as description.
No, I see him reeling back, but instead of pain, he's like still in shock over seeing Red Claw go down. So yeah, the pain's there, his eyes are watering, but he's just enraged now that he saw Red Claw go down.
Yeah, and now it's turn to go to the initiative again. And do you guys want to stay with these initiatives, or do you want to roll new initiatives?
So, well, I mean, I like to better my position, so I'd like to re-roll.
Well, you guys can't go before him because he has the
no
spirit of the fray, so you would be pretty much just competing amongst one another.
Oh, well,
No, I'm fine. I'm fine with letting Curious Mind go first.
Okay.
Oh, thanks.
Well, in that case, it's One Fang first. Like One Fang describes
Yeah.
his actions first. He's the last in this line.
Yeah, One Fang just seeing Red Claw goes down, he's just lets out like a roar. He just I'm gonna just use all the rage I have left and just attack him as many times as possible.
You can only use half of your rage points at one time. I mean, half of the maximum you have. If you have
Maximum.
4 maximum, then you can use 2 points at one time.
So I'll use 2 then.
Okay. So you're also, I want to mention that even though Red Claw is incapacitated, he's all conscious and he can witness what happens. He's just unable to take part.
Actually, I'm trying to find where inner strength is. I have that merit. I was wondering if I could use that to power through the pain and try to just like hold them off a little bit longer to let them escape.
Well, I don't have the description of the merit. Do you remember what it actually does?
Yeah, I'm trying to find. That's the problem. Like
what breed gift is it?
it's just a merit. I don't know.
I think even if you do it, I'm not going anywhere.
Yeah, exactly.
One Fang's not gonna. He rescued your ass from the thing. He's not gonna leave you here.
Yeah, it's pretty much
all that
if
time.
they leave, it's as same as allowing you to die.
Yeah, I'm not leaving a pack member. That's Oxpear stuff.
But then again, even if they wouldn't comply, it's still your character's attempt to sacrifice like himself. Like, I'll hold them back, no,
Kind of all beat up, holding onto his leg, like in blood just pouring out of your body. You're like, ugh.
Yeah.
Just a fresh
well. Well, if you can find it, mention it, but yeah, I'm not gonna stop the whole thing until.
Oh, I know. I'm just putting that out there. I'm gonna try to look it up.
Okay. What about a Curious Mind? What are you going to do on your turn?
I too am going to spend 2 rage points.
How much is your maximum?
4.
Oh, okay.
And I will also kill this motherfucker.
So what does that actually entail?
Do what I'm fucking bred to do. No, I will charge him and say something meaningful as I charge, and I will grab. Depending on how I can do it, I'll grab his claws. And I'll bite off all of his fingers.
Nice.
That'll take longer than a single turn, but.
Yeah, that's why I'm spending 2 rage points.
Oh, okay. Okay.
So I'll first focus on one hand, and once one hand's done, I'll then go to the next.
Okay.
That's thinking like a wolf, though. Take off the weapons.
Yeah.
Okay. So now, since you have declared your actions, it's his turn to act now first, and he is going to spend another 4 rage points for extra actions. And on his regular turn, his action is going to be using Hair's Leap to leap away from you. He's going to leap basically backwards all the way towards the to be skin to skin to the monks.
The monks.
Yeah, who have the swords around them, and he leaps basically backwards, like, and when he lands, you can see that he immediately like grabs his sides where he's been hurt, especially the place where One Fang struck him, and he's like really like gripping like and huffing and puffing there. And he's enough of a distance away where, Curious Mind, who has Hair's Leap, can leap to his distance without any problem, but the same cannot be said for One Fang.
Seeing as the situation is altered, can I adjust what I'm doing?
No, that's the whole point because you're all acting on the same time. It's just that he was faster than you. He reacted to your attacking. Like while you were doing this, he leaped away.
Okay, so does this mean all of our actions are nulled?
It's kind of stupid now that I think about it, but
Hmm.
it does sound really stupid now that I think about it. But that's how I remember reading it from Werewolf Wild West back in the day. But
Because I mean, I understand the logic that the fact that he has the benefit because he's the fastest, that he can react the first time on our actions. But well, now that means that we've wasted 2 rage points each, and we can't do anything.
tell you what, instead of going rummaging through the books, I'll just take it back. Let's just not have him leap away, so that I'll have to check that later because I didn't think about that, and now that it's actually said out loud, I kind of feel like yeah, you have a point. Like the basic gist of it in my eyes is that it's all happening at the same time.
Yeah.
So it's not that you're standing there waiting for others to do their business and you're just until it's your turn, because that's what's basically a lot of games it is. In here, it's supposed to be like everybody acts at the same time, and he who acts first just has a quicker reaction speed, and therefore can act first. If and that's why you're declaring your actions first. If somebody's just doing a
I
straight
get it.
punch,
I get it, yeah.
it's doing your act. If you react first, you can do your actions based on what somebody's doing. It's like, oh, so he's not going for his gun, he's gonna punch. Okay, in that case, since I react first, I'm gonna do this and that. It's
Yeah, I get it, and it makes perfect sense. But this just now it's kind of like, okay, we're kind of at a standstill.
Yeah, but it's the rage points are not wasted. Both of your regular actions are. When he leaps away, he can't hurt you from that distance, and you can't hurt him. Your actions basically over that, and then it's to the rage points. And
Okay.
when everybody's used rage points, you do those in sequence as well. He doesn't do 4 actions, and then it's your turn to do rage points actions.
All right.
It's yeah. You okay with that?
Fine. Yeah. Yeah. Definitely. Absolutely.
Okay. Well, yeah. He leaped away from you, and as he's there, he's kind of gripping his sides, and he's kind of grunting and groaning, and you see blood trickling from from the side of his face, and and he's grunting and groveling there, and then it's Curious Mind's turn, and you missed with your attempt at grabbing him to bite his fingers, and it's One Fang trying to. Were you trying to slice at him, or what was it?
Yeah, I was just attacking him, just a regular rake with my claws.
Okay, and that misses as well. But now it's turn for the extra actions. So while he is away from you, he basically well uh he he's going to just spend his first turn just waiting for you to come to him, if you're going to. Yeah, this was kind of a stupid idea, but but yeah, it's gonna hit him. It's gonna backfire on him. Then okay. So then it's Curious Mind's first extra action. Um,
Okay. But yeah, well, it's kind of in my initial going through the what I was talking about. at this time, I was still considering myself being in a fight with him. So how does that work?
I think once he disappears, you probably just turn, you see him, you could just leap at him. Because you got that hair's leap.
Because in my opinion, I was just using 3 attack actions. I was just biting him, clawing him, and that sort of stuff. Now I'm changing. I probably have to change my second action, which I'm getting from the rage, to get to him. And
well, I think that's what Eunice is saying, is that we get to change the rages. We can do whatever we want on those.
Like, yeah, that's kind of how I thought of it, but yeah, I'm pretty sure that this is turned into a kind of a clusterfuck. So I'm pretty sure that there's gonna be somebody correcting me on a bunch of stuff on the comment section. I'm sure.
I'm just assuming after the first whiff, you reevaluate really quickly, and you're like, either you're gonna attack them. You know, in my case, I'm gonna have to run over there and then attack them with my last rage point or whatever. You know, or in your case, you have that hair's leap.
Man,
so you might have missed, but just leap over there.
This is such bullshit. I'm gonna take back the leaping thing. It doesn't make sense. It just I don't get it. It just doesn't make sense now that I try to think about it.
Part of me feels it's the leap that's the problem. Because like I couldn't, if I was fighting Oxspear or even Curious Mind, I could never hurt them.
Yeah.
I never catch them. They can always leap farther than I can go.
Yeah, it's kind of like dodge is used as a reaction to someone's attack. If you're acting first and you want to maneuver in the fight, it's not like you're using dodge or anything like that to maneuver because you're not dodging someone's attack really.
Yeah, you're just disengaging the combat.
Yeah, exactly. But well, I'll have to figure that out. Let's just try to keep this rolling, and because of that, I'm gonna say that he didn't do the goddamn leap. Fuck the leap. He stood there, and like you said, all your intentions are still there. Instead, he is going to, as he kind of only poorly hit one fang, he's going to use his other hand to swipe at him again, and God damn it. Not on form. I'm not on form.
Relax.
Well, if he didn't, Eunice, if he didn't jump, then we get our attacks, right?
Before we're just going back to the start of the combat.
Awesome. All right, cool.
Oh, five on the hitting you, so the damage time is
19 damage.
No. 4 levels of silver-coated claws are swiping across. This time they hit your face. He kind of smacks you. His hand kind of comes and the claws grip and they just like pull skin off of your face. And it's gonna leave.
Leave a mark.
Red Claw already has the sides with the holes, the Fist of the North Star holes on her sides, and one fang has the vertical laceration here and the swipes on the side of his face.
Now I look awesome.
And so that means basically you got 1 damage from this, and now.
I got 5 total.
Yeah. So okay, so you have
resist pain, which lets me have 1 less negative, right?
I thought the resist pain makes sure you don't have these negative effects on your dice pool that come from health levels.
Yeah.
Okay, I just wanted to make sure. That's what I thought it was. Yeah.
Yeah, because it's like once you get enough damage, you don't you have to take away dice from your rolls because you're so hurt.
Yeah, right now I'm mauled. I'm -2 dice.
Yeah. Okay. Then it's a Curious Mind's turn to do the chomping, biting thing.
Yeah, I'll charge towards him, and I'll call out like, "I am Curious Mind. I was bred to defeat you." I jump at him and I clunk down on his arm, grabbing it, By the way, it's going to be the arm that he hasn't attacked with yet.
Cool.
Okay.
Flick.
When you say grab, grapple would be one action, and then biting in a grapple would be another action. So is the grapple more of a just
It's
visual?
more just cinematic.
Oh yeah. I got you. So go ahead and just roll the brawl plus dexterity.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5 successes.
Okay, you manage to bite on him, and then roll the strength for your damage.
The successes don't carry over to damage dice, right?
No, that would just be
Holy
overkill.
crap!
No,
Yeah.
okay. Just checking. In some World of Darkness games, they do.
Yeah,
So.
I've seen that they kind of just like with the exploding dice, they kind of tend to change with games. And yeah, I've kind of just neglected to do that mainly because that would mean a werewolf would have to do this, and anybody's dead.
Yeah,
Like-
werewolf numbers are too high. Like their damage is so high that it's.
Let's see. 1, 2, 3, 4. And I got 2 10s. 6 successes.
What?
Christ.
God damn!
Holy shit!
Oh, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and 2 of them are 10s. Come on.
Ah,
Ooh, another 10. So that's
6, 7.
7.
Oh, you absorb it. You absorbed it.
No
Holy
success
shit.
on that side, but
I'm just giving
yeah.
a little kiss on his arm, like, mwah, I love
yeah,
you.
that's also like rolling a huge bunch of dice can either fuck you really bad or
Yeah.
give you incredible stuff like this. So yeah, that I was like, oh man, you're gonna kill the main bad guy already. But oh yeah, so basically you go to bite him and you bite into him, and something that happens is that when you bite into him, this horrid sulfuric and every way terrible liquid tasting blood spews into your mouth from biting on him, which makes it so that you don't like almost just kind of nib at him because it has that automatic reaction, same as kind of like tear gas pacifying you because of just the effects. It's like when you bite into it, there's an immediate kind of repulsive kind of a back jolting, like oh, when it happens. But it's a good try. Man, this kind of sucks because if he dies too early. Yeah. So yeah, then it's One Fang's turn.
And we only have 14 guys with giant swords that are lasers, lightsabers.
Yeah. With lightsabers around us.
Yeah. I'm still nervous either way.
Okay. So you're about to strike him, right?
Yeah.
Okay. Then it's melee plus brawl plus dexterity again.
So 2 successes.
Okay, you managed to hit him, and then the strength.
You should get more 10-sided dice, John. This is like...
I have them in this room. I don't want to walk away because I'm like, I know, right? Especially when I have to roll for the damage. 4, 8 plus 1 is 9 dice. Nope, explosion. 2 doesn't count. All right, so I got 5 successes.
Yeah!
Man! I almost felt like saying random numbers while you were rolling.
Oh, this screwed me up.
Yeah.
Well, I have 3 strength,
3
plus 1 for the bear, plus the Krenos
5,
form, plus waste.
and it explodes.
Thanks.
5 successes.
Sweet.
How much did you get?
I did 5, so you absorbed it.
Oh. Yeah, again, it's like, oh man, I should have made this bad guy tougher. So
I think he's tough enough. I'll be dead the next round. Next hit, I die, and then Curious Mind can take 2 hits, and he'll be dead.
okay. Let's see. Now it's time for the extra actions. He goes first, like in all the turns. Like he has 1 extra action, then you guys have 1 extra action, then he has the second extra action. You guys have, and he again goes to swipe at
One Fang.
One Fang. That's right.
Come on, strike me.
There's a lot of botches. Taking away a lot of my. Still 3, and one of them is a 10, which doesn't give a second one. So it's 3 successes on that, and then time for his strength roll. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 7. 7 levels of damage, but but what happens is he swipes his arm on the while he smacked you last time and swiped you on your face, he retracts his arm and swipes on the same place the second time, which makes you fall face first to the ground with the force, and lacerates your basically not only your flesh and skin, but also you feel like it's scraping the surface of your skull and your bones everywhere. It's like it doesn't feel like it's scraping your brains or anything, but it's pretty much like it's this extreme incapacitating this blow that just immediately and you fall face first to the ground, and you've completely lost consciousness, and but yeah, it's pretty much like and Red Claw sees this as you're laying there on the ground and trying to get your friends to get away to save themselves. You now see that after a few strong swipes, Wanfang still manages to find himself laying on the ground in a pool of his own blood, and you can see from the ground that Curious Mind is the only one who's still standing, and there's these cloaked figures all around, still surrounding you, still not having stepped in at all. And
can I spend rage to get up and grab him and get out of there?
Not really, because you're incapacitated. It's pretty much that you would have to be lifted by somebody or dragged in a sled or something like that.
Okay,
So
well, in that case, she's going to beam very loudly in the communication that we have still. Curious Minds, grab one thing and go! Now! Ah!
And it's Curious Mind's turn for your extra action now. And that's what you hear. That's what you see. Wanfang being swiped twice into the same spot, which slams him to the ground in the pool of his own blood. And you still have this monstrosity, this purely worm spewing, like just spillage of worms influence is just seeping out of every pore on his body, especially with the blood that tasted so foul that you bit into. He's still standing there in front of you, with both of your closest friends being torn asunder in front of your eyes.
What is our we're the Warhogs, I believe. Yeah, Warhearts. What is our complete pack called? Because we're a separate little green. But what is our larger group called?
You mean the Sept?
Yeah.
Shield Maiden's Brood.
Excellent. I raise my hand and in a very like this is all blurry as so fast that it's going because there's rage points being spent. I just raise my hand and I call out for the Shield Maiden, and I bring it down to this guy.
Okay, go ahead and throw that brawl plus dexterity.
And can I use willpowers to get because you can't use it for damage, but you can use it to hit someone, right?
Yeah, you can use it in accuracy, but only one willpower point per roll.
Yeah, I got you. So I'll just use one willpower point to make sure. Oh well, it wasn't needed. 2 6s, a 7, and a 10. So yeah, 2 6s, a 7, and so it's 4 successes.
Okay. Well, you successfully hit him, and then it's time for the damage.
I rake down onto him, much like he did to One Fang. Let's see. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 successes.
Oh man. Let's see. 1, 2, 3, 4, and one of them is exploding. So. And a 9. So.
Damn
5.
his soak.
Yeah, well, he has. I can't remember the name of the gift because I didn't write it down, but he has like a tough skin that you get on like a 3rd rank or something like that, which gives him +3 in soak dice. So yeah, he has a lot of soak. He has 8 dice to soak with. But yeah, as you're going there and you yell your war cry of Shield Maiden, saying that name, you see that he, as your arm is coming down, he turns to you with this bewildered and this kind of this facial expression that looks like you just told a joke. It's like you said something that completely got him off guard, like, you know, it completely, like when you come down, because it didn't do damage. I take the liberty of when you're coming down, he grabs your wrist from the air, and you're this close to his face, and with that bewildered face looking down at you in this kind of he kind of his neck bulges, and this close, he pours all of that breath weapon of that mist, all of it. You feel like he just opened your throat up and poured like a mug full of just vileness down your throat. And immediately when that happens, he still has one extra action to do it for another turn. I'm not going to even put the health levels there down. It's when he...
I have an extra action as well, right?
That was your second extra action, wasn't it?
No, yeah, but I spent 2 rage points.
Oh, yeah, that's right. God damn it.
Sorry.
No, well, in that case... Alright, it's too fitting. I'll
Yeah, just go with your story. It's okay.
Man, he again with that face, that bewildered face, and let out that manic laughter, and then he pours that breath weapon down your throat. It at the same time feels a bit familiar, but at the same time it's completely overwhelming. It's completely like overwhelming, and when you get that on you, all you hear is that same bastard whisper that you heard when you saw the burning eye in the moon in your dream, and in the ship's carved out dragon face with the burning orange eye there. You feel the orange vileness pour down on you and through all the possible orifices and holes on your face and everywhere, and you feel almost like it fills your stomach when it goes down your pipes, and as it feels like oh God, this is the way I'm gonna die, isn't it? This kind of realization that that this is gonna be the end for you and for your two closest friends. You hear this familiar sound of someone yelling, "Your Grace!" And you see through this thick orange fog, you see this outline of a human with a wolf head uh, throwing their arm towards you to grab onto it and calling out you by the same title that you've been called by the wolf head character in your dreams twice now.
I'll grab the arm.
Yeah, as you extend your hand and your hands are almost touching, you already feel that sensation that you felt when your dream started. And as you grab his hand and he pulls you up, you immediately feel that same sort of thing where you're getting deconstructed, like all of you, all your particles, all your memories, all of your identity feats, all of your life experience, everything is being dismantled and pulled out of you, and you feel like yourself escaping this predicament that you were in and escaping your physical skin altogether, and you feel the familiar feeling of completely like going into somewhere else as this arm is just pulling you toward itself. Meanwhile, the only person who's actively conscious in this little grassy field here, or in the woods rather, is Redclaw. And Redclaw, laying on the ground, you lose the connection you had mentally with Curious Mind, and you're no longer able to convey your thoughts towards her. You see One Fang around you, One Fang laying beside you with his face down on the ground, and you see Human Smoke completely like do this kind of thing with his hands to nothingness and kind of look around, kind of bewildered and confused, and and you see that he kind of grabs his ribs and his his torso there and wraps his arms around it and is kind of damn pups, nothing but pups, and he turns and you see his feet walk before you, like as you're laying on the ground, you can see his feet like walking past your face, and you can see that he goes and bends downward and picks One Fang from who's now being completely like, oh, you as well. Once you're incapacitated or knocked out or anything, you revert to your natural form normally. You can see that that One Fang, having reverted back to his human form, gets grabbed by his hair and yanked up. And in his human form, seeing the damage that's been done to him, you see the vertical slice here that exposes actual like muscle tissue underneath, and you see the really rough slices on his head, where you can actually see the layer of skin, you can see just red flesh, and you can even see another surface, which is the top of his skull. And he's completely out of it. His eyes are like open, but they're kind of like looking upward, and he's completely out of it. And as his head gets yanked up, one of the monks asks, "My lord, what about the third one? And he replies, never mind her. I'm feeling where she is. Kill her. I'll take care of him personally. And you see him starting to wobble away from the circle, dragging One Fang from his hair. And as that happens, as he drags him out of the circle, and you start to hear the dragging sounds diminish in the distance, the monks have started to walk forward and have started to turn their crucifixes pointing downwards, about to raise them up to stab you with them. When all of a sudden it's all broken up by the by the war cry of Oxspear yelling "War Hearts!" As you can see and basically hear that from the woods, 3 Krynos-formed werewolves that you recognize anywhere. You can see Dusklight, you can see Red Bitch, and you can see Oxspear, all charging towards the circle that you're in. And in their Krynos form, you can just see how they just bull rush their way in, and they basically just tackle all of these monks who had just turned towards them. And as they tackle through it, they immediately go into a formation. As they enter in, you can see that Oxspear immediately spins to the ground with one knee on the ground, and grabbing in his hand the totem amulet of the bear, he presses his hand against your chest, and you can feel the healing properties of the bear spirit just emanating through his body into yours, healing you up slowly. And as he goes there, immediately Dusklight and Red Bitch form a protective. Since you were at the shoreline of basically where One Fang's child was conceived, there's something to hold your back against, the water there, where the circle has is kind of a half circle in a lot of ways. They're like also in the water, but they move so badly in it and all that stuff. They're kind of closing in, but it's kind of like where Oxspear is on one knee above you, and both Red Bitch and Dusklight have their backs towards you and are protecting you from the attacking monks, who now lift their swords up and are just charging towards you. There's 14 of them, but they're no werewolves. So immediately when this starts, you gain 1 health level immediately out of all the ones that you've missed. One of the health levels is already out, so you're already able to move, but it's still like healing further would do a lot good.
Okay, but I am able to move though, right?
Yeah.
Okay. Where's One Fang at again? Is he being
One
held
Fang has
by
been dragged out by human smoke into the distance.
But do I still see them?
No.
Well, in that case, I'm going to spend a rage point, go straight into Krynos form, and she will destroy all these monks.
Okay. Well, while that's happening, it's while you go and shapeshift into your Krynos form, you've also seen that Curious Mind has pretty much disappeared out of sight completely, and you have no idea where she wound up. Though only earlier today you saw her appear out of thin air, so anything's possible. But yeah, as you're there, as you shapeshift into your Krynos form, you feel that Oxspear is pressing his hand on top of your chest as you're changing, and he says, "Stay still, goddammit, so I can heal you properly."
There is no time! He's dragging off one fang!
And he immediately doesn't say anything, but you can see like his entire face just kind of gets and he bites his teeth together, but he still like presses enough to heal you another health level of damage off of you. And meanwhile, while that's happened, the monks have been coming towards you guys like. And once they've always come, they've always been met with either red bitch or dusklight just slicing at them, and they've always just flown through the air, and they look very much like they're some sort of cultists, maybe of some ilk. They look like humans with a flame sword. They don't look like they have other supernatural properties, really. But as you get as you've been healed and you see these two friends of your pack, slashing at these enemies, you have enough strength to get on your feet and act two if you wish. Even though Oxspear is, trying his best to kind of clinch onto you to heal you.
That ain't gonna do. I got unfinished business with this human smoke who's about to be human shit in a second. I'm gonna run up, and as soon as I see one of these monks, she'll like clamber onto the front, like he's got her on his chest. She'll roll over onto her belly as she transforms into the Krynos form, her claws wrenching right into the ground, and she just bolts forward. And then when like they'll be met with a claw to the face, and then you hear the and she just piles him into the ground, and his arms just flailing about as there is nothing but squished, mushed human skull that has been implanted inward. And she just goes forward and then takes her left hand and then dives into the chest of another, just holding him into the air. She roars into the sky. The sword just drops to the ground. And then she just flings him off of his arm, and he just falls, and the entrails and blood just reeks out everywhere. And when she feels like they can handle the rest, she's going to bolt off into the direction where she thinks One Fang has been dragged off to.
Okay. As you bolt off, after first of all, when you've gotten your hands to one of these hooded monks, when the hood flies off of them, you can see that their heads, the top of their heads that have always been covered by those hoods, are like bulged and kind of like, how in Lord of the Rings there's the orc leader, the was Morgoth, or what is it? He has like that kind of a like leprosy kind of something like that. They have this kind of like their head is all messed up. Everywhere where their brain is like bulged and looks.
So it's like this bubbly, blistered, cancerous-looking head.
Yeah. And when you squeeze it, it kind of like, out of into multiple directions, many different colors of ooze start to drip and squeeze out of it. All, of course, purely organic pus and whatnot in shade and outlook. But while you're slashing your way, they don't pose too much of a threat since you're pretty much like. Actually, I would like you to do a willpower, a rage check to see if you fall into a frenzy. If you're able to kind of dispatch and go after One Fang, or if you're only able to stay and attack everyone.
All right, so my total rage is 6. So I'm rolling the 6 to see how many successes I get, which will count towards if I go berserk. Alright, let's see here. There was one botch, and I got 1 success out of that.
Okay, you don't fly into a frenzy. So you're in full control of yourself. So as you're slicing away, they all like slice up like ribbons or something as the blood is kind of spewing everywhere. The red cloak's getting even redder from blood, and it's just you see Dusklight also slicing, on one of your sides. Then you look to the other side, and you see Red Bitch slicing at one of them, and then you see something happen. You see that Oxspear has grabbed one of them, and instead of just going in quick succession, he's grabbed one of them and is just hammer punching it into the face, trying to just smush the nose completely inward, and not paying attention to his surroundings. You see that one of the monks sticks his sword into his back. You just see, like, from the side of your kind of vision, kind of like, oh shit, as you see the sword kind of stick into his back and protrude out of his chest as he's kind of, but that doesn't really slow him down. He's just,
Oh, I run towards that one, and just like Ray from Fist of the North Star, you see the boom. These claws come streaking straight down, and all of a sudden, the monk who feels very victorious in the stabbing of this beast, it looks so. The claws go down, and he kind of backs up a bit, but then all of a sudden, nothing but red opens up. His eyes go crossways. He doesn't split completely in half, just the front of him, all the way down to his nape of his belly button. His rib cage is exposed, and then the guts just sort of pour out, and he just falls to the ground.
And of course, when he falls down, then there's only after that there's this spray of blood into the sky. Of course, a fountain of blood. And as that happens, Oxspear is kind of like he's looking at the sword protruding out of his chest, and he's kind of like, he says, "Fuck!" with blood splurting out of his mouth, and there's only the monks are getting shorter and shorter in number. It's like they're being completely decimated, but they're completely fanatical. They're not stepping back in one way or another. It's completely just manic attack. And when when you feel that there's another coming from your back, like with a sword, like just about to cut into your back.
Oh, when that happens, there's this scene where she's like really looking at Oxford, noticing the wound and stuff, and then as soon as he does that, she just turns around on her on the heel of her Krinos foot, the claws scraping the ground ever so. The claw strikes across, and it cuts and it just breaks. Doesn't even just cut; it just breaks and smashes the wrists. And now they're just these bone human flails on his wrist, on his meaty wrist, as the sword drops to the ground. And then she goes around with another spin, and this one just grabs his face, and the claw just rakes all the way through, grabbing skull and bone, and then he kind of goes with it, and then it falls to the ground.
Okay, as you do that, as it as that happens, and you stand there. Again, it's like you see, like, around you see Red Bitch attacking one of them, and there's so many bodies on the ground. They seem almost very scattered. None of them are trying to, again, like, get away or anything. It looks like there's only a few more anymore. And Dusklight, Red Bitch there, and when you turn around and you see Oxspear there, Oxspear is trying to like push the blade from his chest, like away. And when he's doing it, he's completely concentrated on that. You see that from behind him, another one of these monks is approaching, and he's already like soaring through the air to the point where even a rage point wouldn't help at this point. You see a swing with a long sword, and it hits Oxspear while he is pushing the sword, and it hits him on the behind of his thigh, and you see a Krinos severed foot fly through the air in somersaults, just towards you, and it smacks on top of your chest as you see Oxspear being taken from his feet as he falls on his back with this sword movement still like following up in the air as this blood just sprays everywhere, and as he falls on his back with the sword sticking from his back, it completely protrudes from his chest so that it's like handle deep in his back, and you see the loose foot spin through the air and hit you on the chest and drop down. And at that point, I'm just going to ask you, do you wish to make a frenzy roll, or do you just accept that you fall into a frenzy?
Just fall into the frenzy.
Yeah, she'll fall into the frenzy.
Okay.
As soon as she sees that, she just like, I want her to like grab that sword that was on the ground and just kind of just throw it like a spear at that dude and right into his chest.
Okay, you're free to describe your frenzy if you wish. It's just that you're on the attack until there's nothing to attack. You know?
Okay, well this is what happens. Is she just picks up the sword in a strange motion. You know, she's no longer using her claws. She's using man weapons. And then she leaps for it. And then this dude who's feeling very victorious. Oh, I cut his foot off. And then all of a sudden, the sword just lands right here on his face, and then you just see this horrifying slow motion as she just grabs his head and holds it there still while she goes. And then she just brutally starts stabbing the corpse over and over and over again. And then the other one, she just looks at him with this blood fear, just starts running, and grabs one dude by the head, and then the sword, clean in half, and just holds him there, while his entrails and guts just fall from his underneath, from his torso. It's like, and then throws that corpse and starts beating them with it. Just,
Okay. Well, after pretty much when you have your hands at the last monk out of all those 14 monks, that's pretty much once you get him to shreds, then it's pretty much that your frenzy subsides and you gain your faculties back. But it's like it's like when you get back into your like once the constant attack of red and black into your vision, and you know this napalm-like blood soaring through your veins. You know when you're frenzying, as that kind of ceases and fades away, as you're holding a completely mangled corpse of a monk in your hands, you gain your senses again, and you hear rapid and contorting breathing from the ground level, right close to you.
She'll get down to her knees and then look to see Oxspear.
Okay, as you get on top of him, you can see that both Red Bitch and Dusklight are already there, like with like squatting on one knee there and beside him. But it looks like he's like seconds away from just death. And knowing Oxspear as well as knowing the Fenrir, even if there was a way to save him, he would rather die in a fight than live as an invalid. So having his leg be cut from halfway of the thigh, he's just kind of contorting and like having cramps all over his abdomen and his body. He's just like really stiff and contorting there. And when he sees you, you can see that his lips make a movement. He looks complete, like his eyes, he looks delirious. He looks like he's looking right through you. And when he sees you there, he immediately, like his arm grabs, even though you don't have something to grab here, he still grabs your fur and like grabs a hold of it and looking to you with these kind of very like big eyes with very small, you know, pupils there. You can see his lips move. He says something that you can't hear, but you can see his lips move, and he muffles that like, and then he says in a vocalized fashion that you can hear. He says, "I'm sorry, Paldred. I'm sorry, Paldred. It was out of fear. It's out of fear." And he coughs a final gurgle of blood that covers his bald face, and he has his hand has cramped in a death grip on your chest fur there, but in all other other means, he's as dead as dead.
She will slowly grab that hand and pull it off a little bit, even taking a little fur if it has to, and puts it right over his chest. And then she'll take her large Krino's hand, and then over top of his face, slowly pull over, letting those eyelids close, smearing blood in the shape of a palm, putting it against his head as such afterwards. And this solemn quietness stirring over her as she watches this unfold, his life passing before her. She looks towards the others and stands up. And when she does, she gives a howl as loud as she can, announcing the fall of one of their own.
All right. And that's where I'm going to leave you. Still, we're going to go to both One Fang and Curious Mind, though. Red Claw, having just declared the death of a fallen brother in arms, and someone who, even though you always had negative feelings towards him for abandoning you in the battlefield when the Red Talons attacked originally, he always maintained that he did it for the greater good in order to alert the others of the Sept of the attack, and you never bought it. And here now you found yourself in a position where you were trying to convince others to do the same, leave you behind to die, so that they could alert the others, even though it would have been a selfless act of you asking them or telling them to do so instead of them doing it out of their own initiative. It's still something that kind of lingers, in your mind. And also, now that he died, his last words being asking for forgiveness from Paldred, who he clearly, in his kind of delirious eyes, must have thought you were when he grabbed a hold of you, your former pack leader who died in the Red Talon War, who might have lived if he would have stuck with you and helped you through the fight, and you would have altogether been able to go back, or whatever the case might have been. But still, yeah, it doesn't. His effect on you and your pack, even though mostly negative in a lot of sense, it's also left. It also leaves a hole. Meanwhile, One Fang being dragged through mud. First, you were dragged through, having regained some of your consciousness back. You feel like these kind of waves of consciousness coming back when you feel like you're being dragged on top of moss and twigs and forest things. Then kind of losing it again, regaining it again, feeling that you're being dragged through gravel and stone and sand, and then kind of groveling again and regaining consciousness where you feel like you're being dragged through mud, and mud that has a very distinct stench to it. a very sulfuric stench to it, and the mud is very slimy and gel-like and nasty, and you hear this panting of human smoke who's dragging you all alone, and who's panting in pain, and like oh, oh, well, we're finally here. And he grabs a hold of you and drags you up. And again, in your groggy state, you only feel that your limp body gets lifted up, and you feel under your armpits two thick tree branches where you're lifted kind of to stand on without putting any weight to your feet. You know, you feel your tippy toes touching the soil, but even though the soil is something where your toes would sink, and you're kind of raised there, and he grabs you by the hair and kind of lifts your head and lets it fall, you know, loosely there and all that, and you feel that he's grabbing you by the wrist and he's running his finger on top of your palm there, and he's kind of you see him, you hear him again like panting, and which breaks into a little bit of a chuckle there. He goes, markings on your flesh. It's so curious thing. People tend to want to do them to themselves. Markings. I saw the markings on your wife's legs. I don't know what you were thinking, trying to think that she would have a way out of it. You know, without me, the town would tear her limb from limb on their own. Your uncle alone would tear her limb from limb on his own. I'm sure he will. Because of these, and because of everything, I'm going to ensure she burns. Inside her, your unborn child burns. Your town burns. Your kind burns. And the world will burn and finally be rid of us. And you feel a sharp edge on your palm. You feel a sharp pain on top of your palm where you have that burning mark from your mother, when your mother died in the burning fire that your own fanatic uncle set aflame. The only physical thing you had of your mother was the burn mark of her necklace that was left on your palm, that this creature is now rubbing and pressing something cold and burning on top of it. You don't even realize really what it is until you feel an intense pain as some sort of a spike made of silver is being driven through the palm of your hand, destroying the only remnant mark you have of your own mother. And it just, like this thick, kind of like bent almost into like a screw, shape, gets pounded by something that emits steam, almost as if a fiery hot hammer banging on top of a spike that gets driven through your palm. And the pain is so intense that you are not able to express it. You can only express it in like vibrations of your eyelids and choking on your throat, but you feel absolute agony. And in that moment, after what he said and after that spike being driven through your hand, the visions and all the memories of both your mother, your uncle, and especially of Agnes fly through you, and it's like this your body keeps telling you to kind of give up. At this point, Red Claw has been killed, and Curious Mind has most likely been killed. Most likely the rest of your pack have been killed. Against this kind of a creature, he might just as easily just burn this whole town down right as soon as he's done with this, or as after he is perhaps manipulated the Red Talons to come to his side again, or do something equally horrible. But your mind and your heart and your spirit, with the bear spirit, the bear totem's influence like rushing through you, and you can feel your own heartbeat. It's not allowing you to let go. It's like your body wants to die to alleviate the suffering you're feeling, but your tenacious spirit won't allow it because of the lessons the bear has taught you, because of the experiences and lessons your love to Agnes has taught you, and your undying loyalty to your comrades. Even though your intellect might tell you that they're most likely dead, you can't have it be so. And at that point you feel a finger run through the little dot of ink that you have here on your other hand, that came from the first time you spent the day with Agnes, when you taught her to read and write, and she accidentally poked you with the ink pen there and left a permanent little spot on your little hand there, and you feel that being stretched to the other side of your body, and also feeling a stake being driven through it to the trunk of a tree. And you see, like, with the last kind of a breath of consciousness that you have, you see human smoke take steps backwards, these kind of steps back, and you can see his whole body, and he just kind of gets this wide smirk on his face, and even though he's very wounded and he's kind of, wobbly there as well, he lifts his hands up in this bent angle, and he bends his head to the side and mockingly says, "I am the way." And he laughs maniacally, this guttural laugh, turns around and pulls his head back to the air as he, in the midst of crying, says, "Malpheus awaits!" And you lose your consciousness as he walks away from you. And in the meantime, Curious Mind, having just had your hand pulled by this familiar spirit or character of whatever, it's not been conclusive in your mind yet what the person actually is or what he represents or anything of that sort. You have felt your hand being pulled out of death's door through your hand, and feeling yourself being again deconstructed, and you feel all your molecules and everything that makes the puzzle of who you are come together and find you whole again, as you, again, just like from your dream earlier that same morning, you get startled back into to yourself. Your mind comes to your fully constructed body, just like with all the times you've traveled this way through all sorts of dimensions and realms and dreams and whatnot. And when you come to your senses, you're in your natural lupus form, of course, and when you're like laying on the ground there, with your headgear on your head, reminding you of your mother and all that stuff, you have still like actual concrete things of yourself that have weight to them and all that. You raise your head and you see that you are in some sort of for someone who's a werewolf in the medieval times, you wouldn't know what concrete is, but you feel under you this stony concrete that's completely like smooth. And as you look around, you can see that you're in a strange place. You're in a strange place that looks exactly like a labyrinth. You're in a labyrinth that's not like the Minotaur labyrinth of just, turning right or left or something. It's like that, I can't remember the name of the painting, where all sorts of staircases are going from down to up and from side to side. Doors are sideways on walls and all this. Everything is absolutely chaotic and leading from one place to another. Sometimes not leading from anywhere to anywhere. On the top and on the bottom of a staircase there might not be anything but smooth wall, but everything is smooth, gray, and much like concrete is. And the air around you feels there's an immense air current. This just almost like not like a tornado, but this kind of your fur is like flying into one side. This kind of airflow like of a wind or something, and the atmosphere has this crushing feeling. It's this kind of feeling where you feel like your heart is withering, like drying flower or something. It's like you feel this like heartache, and you feel like this kind of thing that's you're in a place that is purely of death, of evil, of the worm. And as you lay there, your kind of realization of where you are is broken by a large, a high volume wail, the exact sort of wailing you heard from all the times you've ran across Banes when they licked the positions where people had been massacred, or when they were in the innermost depths of the lake, there inside of a blister. You hear this kind of this absolute like mental hospital manic ward wailing out of pain and anguish and all this kind of thing, and you immediately recognize that noise as to what its source has to be. And as you kind of get up and all that, you see something in front of you on the ground, and it's a wolf's head. It's not a severed wolf's head, but it's a wolf's head that's been carved out. It's basically, you see leather strands coming from its sides. It's a wolf mask made out of an actual wolf's face, and it's there lying on the ground in front of you, exactly looking like all the times you've seen in your dreams, a character with a wolf's face leading you somewhere and calling you royalty and everything else. You see their face as a ripped off mask, this kind of a Texas Chainsaw Massacre type of thing there. And if there's something you want to add before we close the session there, feel free to do so.
Can I get up?
Yeah. Your joints feel kind of wobbly. You feel like your body weighs under your feet, and the air current is so strong that it feels like you have to kind of keep your kind of knees and elbows stiff to keep yourself in place.
Is the mask, is it big enough? Is it made for human?
It's well, it doesn't seem to have any sort of like if a real mask would have some padding or be shaped for around a face or something. It doesn't have any of those. It's just like if you would have if somebody would lop off the head of a wolf and then just kind of scoop everything from inside and then just add those straps or just tying it from behind.
I'll try to get up, and I look at the mask, and I'll say, thank you. And I kind of grab it with my mouth and look around, and I'll go in search of an exit.
And that's where we'll leave it for the next session. You in the labyrinth, Red Claw about to go look for his friends, and One Fang being crucified.
You gotta rescue me, man.
Yeah.
I came for you. You can't
Holy
leave me
moly.
hanging. Literally.
Okay, I'm gonna stop the broadcast so that this doesn't last like 5 hours or something. So,
Too late.
yeah.
Too late.
Yeah, too bad for the whole combat mechanic jumbled mess.
Whatever.
I thought I checked. I thought I checked in advance all the rules, and I did, and still, it's like I always tend to get stuff like this with the whole World of Darkness mechanic.
Hashtag not all RPGs.
Yeah. Okay, well, bye.
Goodbye. Bye.